mute your microphone, then maybe later on you can just unmute that during the open forum. And of course, since we are going to have a long journey ahead, maybe you can have or you can prepare your coffee with you and just have it placed beside you so that you will be really alive and active as we go on with our journey for today, right? So it's a good thing that we have a very good weather for today. So once again, everyone, please have a seat, sit back, relax, and remain active and focused for our today's assembly, whole day assembly. All right, so we will be beginning in a few minutes. Thank you very much. All right. So good morning, everyone. Hello to the administrators, the deans and directors, Kobe and Wenyas in the graduate school who are already here in our Zoom conference, as well as to those who are with us via Facebook Live. Welcome to this year's Bicol University Graduate School Orientation, a much awaited gathering for us to be enlightened about the guidelines and policies which would be of great value as we all journey together in the graduate school. So please be reminded that this assembly aims to guide the graduate students on the Graduate Program Manual of Operations or the GPMO and other institutional policies related to graduate education as anchored on the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Order Number 15, Series of 2019, specifying policies, guidelines, and standards for graduate education. So let me introduce myself first. I am Ms. Kyla Marie R. Sevilla, the moderator for today's assembly, a Maeng Ed student of the graduate school. So ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our meaningful gathering for today, let us first take a moment to quiet our minds and open our hearts. To set the tone of gratitude, unity, and inspiration, we shall now be led into our invocation through an audiovisual presentation. May this prayer guide us with wisdom and blessings as we journey together. So let us all be in the spirit of prayer.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today with humble hearts, seeking your guidance and wisdom as we begin this program. Lord, we ask that you would bless every person who has gathered here today, and that you would be present with us in a special way. We pray that this program would be a time of learning, growth, and fellowship for all of us. Help us to listen to one another with open hearts and open minds, and to support one another as we strive to serve you in all that we do. Please give us the strength and the courage to follow your will and to use the gifts and talents you have given us to make a positive difference in the world. We pray all of this in your holy name. Amen.
All right, so at this point, we now proceed to honoring our beloved country. May we all sing together in our respective seats the Philippine National Anthem to be presented once again through an audiovisual presentation.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, tewas ng sinangalan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuyagan ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pangaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang
All right, so may I just remind everyone to kindly take note of your concerns or clarifications as we go on with the agenda for this morning, as we will be having the chance to speak a little later during the open forum before our lunch break. So likewise, in the afternoon, before we adjourn the meeting, please also ensure that your microphones are turned off to keep our orientation smooth sailing and free from distractions. So time check, it's already 9:24 in the morning. We move on to a very meaningful event, which begins with words of inspiration and encouragement from a leader who guides and supports our academic community. To formally welcome us all in today's gathering, may we now give our warmest welcome to our very own Dean of the Bicol University Graduate School, Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascarenhas.
Isang mapagpalang umaga sa lahat. To the Bicol University President, Dr. Babyboy Benjamin D. Nebres III, the Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Maria Julieta B. Bores, my co-deans and directors of the different delivering units of graduate programs, program advisors, graduate faculty members, and of course, to our dear graduate students, good morning. Welcome to this Bicol University Graduate School Student Orientation, School Year 2025-2026. This orientation is designed to inform you, our graduate students, of what you can expect and what you are expected of once you enter the portals of graduate studies in Bicol University. Know that it is not enough being able to be admitted and enrolled in the graduate school. What is more important is to understand the responsibilities expected of you as graduate students. As your professors have their role and responsibilities, you too as graduate students have your equally important role and responsibilities in getting your degree in advanced education. Dear graduate students, be reminded that at this stage of your academic journey, you are all adult learners. In graduate studies, teaching and learning processes follows andragogy, where you are recognized and expected as self-directed, self-motivated adult learners, not anymore dependent on spoon-feeding type of learning. In adult learning, your prior experiences serves as valuable resource as professionals and experts in your own disciplines. There is independent learning coupled with theory and practice to solve real problems. The university expects you to enjoy your stay in Bicol University, specifically in the graduate school, while completing your advanced education. However, be mindful not to overstay, as there is only a required number of years that you will be able to finish your desired degrees. There is a residency policy prescribed by BU Graduate School. Thus, it is important for you as students to seriously consider your studies within the required residency in the university. Graduate study is not a walk in the park. It is a serious, scholarly, academic journey. Well, I don't want to preempt the discussion later on regarding BOG's policies, so let me welcome you all to the graduate school. I hope you listen carefully and learn what are the services that BU and graduate school offers to support you while you are in your academics. Please stay for this Zoom orientation until this afternoon. Welcome and good luck in your academic journey in graduate school. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for the welcome remarks, Dr. Jane. Indeed, the graduate school is not a walk in the park, but a scholarly academic journey. So thank you very much once again, Dr. Jane, and I hope that we are really guided by that time pa lang, right? So we now proceed once again to our agenda for this morning. An occasion like this becomes even more meaningful when we are inspired by the wisdom and vision of a great leader. This morning, we are truly honored to hear words that will uplift and encourage us as we continue our journey toward excellence. To deliver his inspirational message, let us all welcome, with heartfelt respect, the Bicol University President, Dr. Babyboy Benjamin D. Nabrest III.
To our esteemed graduate school administrators, Dean Dr. Maria J. B. Mascareñas, Dr. Roldan Cabiles, College Secretary, affiliate graduate faculty, honored guests, and most especially our new and continuing graduate students, a pleasant day to each and everyone. As President of Bicol University, I am proud and honored to welcome you with heartfelt joy to this new chapter, this new beginning in your life as a BYU scholar here at the Bicol University Graduate School. Today marks not just the beginning of a program, it marks the continuation of our pursuit of knowledge, leadership, and meaningful impact. You are no longer just a student, you are a graduate student. Graduate education requires more from you in terms of relevant research outputs, critical thinking on issues and trends of your respective fields of expertise, and a general grounding on theories and concepts, both traditional and transformational. If you are faint-hearted or finds difficulty in processing higher concepts and reading various literature to upgrade your knowledge, then graduate education might be a bigger challenge for you. After all, graduate education is a space of transformation. It is where questions deepen, perspectives widen, and disciplines evolve. You are not here merely to absorb information. You are here to challenge it, refine it, and contribute to it. You are now part of a community that values inquiry, innovation, and integrity. As Bicol University scholars, you will be called to engage with complexity, to navigate ambiguity, and to lead with both intellect and empathy. Whether you are pursuing research, professional practice, or creative exploration, know that your work matters. It matters to your field, to your community, and to the future we are all shaping together. And most especially to your clients who are in need of relevant ideas and significant innovation. Bicol University, as a university for humanity, for sustainable societies, is always ready to stand by your side and support you. You have your dedicated mentors, rigorous programs, and a culture that celebrates excellence, innovation, and collaboration, driven all for humanity. I encourage you to take full advantage of these resources, to build connections across disciplines, and to approach every challenge with curiosity and courage, and be purveyors of knowledge, particularly on research and development for sustainable societies. Let this orientation be your first step into a journey of discovery, not just for your chosen field, but of your own capacity to lead, to inspire, and to transform. Welcome to our graduate community. We are honored to journey with you. Thank you, and may your time with us be both enriching, empowering, innovative, and impactful. Diyos ang magbalo sa inyo.
Thank you so much to our one and only Bicol University President, Dr. Babyboy Benjamin D. Nabrest III, for his prepared message for us. So this time, everyone, of course, we will not be ending with one inspirational message, but we have two inspirational messages for today. So this time, we proceed to the next, True inspiration comes from leaders who dedicate their lives to shaping minds and nurturing excellence. This morning, we are again privileged to be inspired by the wisdom and guidance of someone who has been at the forefront of advancing academic growth and innovation in our institution. To deliver her inspirational message, let us warmly welcome our Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Maria Julieta B. Boris. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Kyla. Pretty as ever. My apologies for being there, disconnected a while ago. Anyway, to our visionary president, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin D. Libres III. Of course, to the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Maria Jane Mascareñas. The College Secretary, Dr. Roldan Cabeles. The academic deans and directors who are in virtual attendance now. The program advisors, the academic support personnel, other university officials. Dear graduate students, good morning. A happy Saturday to all of you. On behalf of the entire academic community, it is my profound privilege as Vice President for Academic Affairs to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome and congratulations to each one of you as you embark on this transformative journey in Bicol University Graduate School. Today signifies not just the start of an orientation program, but the onset of a crucial phase in your academic and career journeys, one bringing with limitless opportunities and assurance of a lasting impact. Your being here, attending this program, is not by chance, but this is through your dedication, perseverance, and deep-seated passion of your chosen fields. As graduate scholars, you stand at the vanguard of innovation and discovery. It in disciplines ranging from science to humanities, from engineering to arts, you are the architects of tomorrow's knowledge. Your role is very crucial. As critical thinkers, problem solvers, you will challenge established paradigms, unearth new truths, and bridge the gap between theory and practice. You are stewards of progress, equipped to lead with integrity and insight in an ever changing world. The impact of graduate studies extends far beyond the confines of your campus and of our institution. Through rigorous research, collaborative inquiry, and applied expertise, you will generate solutions to pressing global challenges, whether advancing sustainable technologies, fostering equitable policies, unraveling the mysteries of human health, enriching cultural dialogues, and many more. Your work will ripple outward, influencing industries, shaping societies, inspiring future generations. And pursuing excellence here, you are not only honing your individual talents, but also contributing to a collective mission, and that is to illuminate the paths toward a more enlightened, just, and prosperous humanity. So, my dear students, as you navigate the rigors and rewards of this program, remember that our graduate school is more than just an institution. It is a vibrant ecosystem of mentorship, resources, and camaraderie designed to empower you. Embrace the opportunities before you, engage deeply with your peers and faculty, and let curiosity be your campus. Some of you will be finishing it in 2 years, 3 years, but my advice to each one of you is enjoy the ride, enjoy every opportunity to learn, and always keep that strong support system. To all of you, welcome once again to a community where ambition meets purpose. Purpose and impact. These are two important words that by this time you should already be defining for yourself. But I'm very confident that your time here as scholars will be as enriching for you as your contribution will be for the world. And I will just be very excited to be a witness on the impact, the influences that you will be creating to the societies that you will serve. Maraming salamat, and let us enjoy the rest of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boris, for your inspirational message to us. Indeed, our hard work will definitely flourish as we are stewards of progress in the ever-changing world. So thank you so much once again, Doc Boris. So this time, we proceed to the next. Of course, every academic institution thrives because of its strong commitment to excellence, innovation, and leadership. In Bicol University, we are guided by the pillars: scholarship, leadership, character, and service. This commitment is most evident in the graduate school, where advanced learning and research empower our scholars to become future leaders in their chosen fields. To give us a comprehensive introduction of the graduate school and its programs, and later on will present to us the respective deans and directors, together with the program advisors, may we now welcome once again our ever hardworking and passionate Dean of the Bicol University Graduate School, none other than the ever dynamic Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascarenhas. Let us give her a virtual round of applause. All right, so once again, we have Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascarenhas to give us the introduction of the graduate school and its programs.
Okay, once again, good morning. I'm just waiting for the slides. Let me start with the introduction briefly on the history of Bicol University Graduate School. Operating in the spirit of its charter, Bicol University organized its graduate school in 1971 through the BOR Resolution Number 38 series of 1971. It also opened its first graduate programs. I'm sorry, can you go back please to the slide? It also opened its first graduate program, leading to Master of Arts in Education, by virtue of BOR Resolution Number 39, series of 1971. Thus, on June 1971, the graduate school welcomed its first batch of 473 graduate students, that is, from the 1971-72 annual report. In pursuit of its mandate, the graduate school offers programs and spearheads projects that are in accordance with its institutional objectives. Initially offering 3 master's programs during its inception, the graduate school has now 7 doctoral programs, 34 master's programs, and 24 diploma programs. Enrollment at the graduate school has also increased substantially, as well as the number of graduates during its more than 3 decades of existence. Today, the revised Graduate School Policy 2021 is anchored on the CHED Memorandum Number 15, Series of 2019, which specifies clearly and is the mandate of all graduate schools in the Philippines, policies, standards, and guidelines of CHED. So let me now present to you the BU Graduate School Administration. The graduate school is a decentralized program wherein its programs are all offered via decentralized mode through the different units in the university having graduate programs. So you can see in this slide that there are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 units being managed by the graduate school for its different programs. They are the delivering units of the graduate programs of the university. Okay, so the organizational chart as through the university code of the university and as approved by the Board of Regents, this is now the new organizational chart of the graduate school. The graduate school dean is an extended arm of the university president in its administration of the graduate programs, both administratively and academically. So the graduate school dean is being helped by the Advisory Council, Graduate School Academic Council, the college secretary, and the different deans and directors of the units, delivering the graduate programs through the program advisors and graduate faculty. Yours truly is the dean of the graduate school. Dr. Roldan Cabiles is the college secretary and planning officer. Now let's have the different deans and directors of the different delivering units of graduate programs. First off is Dr. Dimson Rivero, the Dean of the College of Business, Economics, and Management, where all the programs on business, for a while please, the Dean of the College of Business, Economics, and Management, and at the same time, a faculty of the graduate school. Attorney Alex B. Nepomuceno, PhD, Dean, College of Social Sciences and Philosophy, and a faculty of the graduate school. Dr. Lorna M. Minya, the Dean of the College of Education, Program Advisor, and a faculty of the graduate school. Dr. Benedicto B. Balilo Jr., Dean, Bicol University, Open University, faculty of the graduate school. Dr. Karina L. Sales, Director, Institute of Physical Education, Sports and Recreation, faculty of the graduate school. Dr. Adrian B. Aguilar, Dean, College of Arts and Letters, faculty of the graduate school. Dr. Noemi Lobligo Ibo, Director, Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development, Program Advisor, and faculty of the graduate school. Professor Jocelyn E. Serrano, Dean, College of Science, faculty of the graduate school. Dr. Jean Annette Ibo, Dean, College of Nursing, faculty of the graduate school. Architect Maureen M. Sia, OIC of the Office of the Director, Institute of Design and Architecture, faculty of the graduate school. Dr. Jonathan C. Arroco, Dean, College of Industrial Technology, faculty of the graduate school. Dr. Rosefi B.D., Dean, Bicol University, Ginubatan, faculty of the graduate school. And Professor Ronel R. Juneda Sr., Dean, Bicol University, Tabaco, also faculty of the graduate school. That's all. And let's have now the presentation of the different deans and directors of the different programs. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jane, for sharing with us again the respective deans and directors for each colleges. So this time, just like what was said, we now proceed to the introduction of the program advisors for the respective colleges. So we begin first with the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy, to be presented by Attorney Alex B. Nepomuceno. All right, so maybe we can proceed a little later with the CSSP, or the College of Sciences and Philosophy. So this time, may I call on the Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Lorna M. Minya.
Okay, good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes po, ma'am, loud and clear.
Okay, may I request permission to share my screen? Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. As the Dean of the College of Education, I would like to present not only the program advisors, but I will also be presenting the core faculty members in each program so that all of our students will be familiar with them. They will be the faculty. They can approach if they have concerns regarding the different courses in their respective programs. So let me first start with the first doctoral program offered in the College of Education, the Doctor of Education and Educational Leadership and Management. We have the program advisor, Dr. Maria Teresa M. Abainsa, and you can see that there are many faculty members. One of them is our dear president, Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin Nebres, and our BAGS Dean, Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascareñas. We also have the Dean of Admissions, Dr. Henny Lumibao, Dr. Irene Moral, then Dr. Reina O. Habalo, Dr. Sherry M. Orozco, yours truly, Dr. Lorna Minya, and Dr. Marcia Corazon P. Rico. I may have also not included some of the faculty here, but they are included in the other programs. The next doctoral program in the College of Education is the PhD in Educational Foundations, with me as the program advisor. And the following are the faculty: Dr. Roldan C. Cabiles, Dr. Rebecca Rosario Obercasio, Dr. Cipronio B. Belardo, Dr. Herbert Rosana, Dr. Noel Raffer, Dr. Marcia Corazon Rico, Dr. Rubian Ayo, Dr. Henny Lumibao, and Dr. Dolores Laguillas. The third program is the PhD in Mathematics Education, with Dr. Leonila B. Barbacena as the program advisor, and her faculty includes Dr. Joan B. Shonicio, Dr. Jocelyn Guyena, Dr. Ruby Briones, and Dr. John Aringo. Then we have 14 master's programs. First is the MA in Biology Education, with Professor Maria Lourdes M. Macasinag as a program advisor. The faculty includes Dr. John Mark M. Mayor, Professor Janet N. Ariola, Professor Ann Juneda, and Dr. Charmaine Malonzo. For the MA in Chemistry Education, Dr. Karina B. Orden is the program advisor, with the faculty Professor Mary Grace Rodriguez, Professor Magnolia V. Dacano, Dr. Samuel B. Bobiles, and Professor Maria Corazon Paramedic. For MA in Science Education, program advisor is Dr. Arnel Lorenzana, with the faculty Dr. Sheila I. Arroco, Professor Gerard Protasio, Professor Mary Grace Rodriguez, Dr. Edison Perez. And then for the MA in Physics Education, the same program advisor, Dr. Arnel Lorenzana. Faculty includes Dr. Sheila Arroco, Dr. Jason Punay, Dr. Edison Perez, Dr. Al Bismonte, and Dr. Epifania Nunez. For the MA in Mathematics Education, the program advisor is Dr. Jocelyn F. Goyena. Faculty includes Dr. Ruby Briones, Professor Richard Lorente, Professor Dave Stonga, Dr. Joe Ancionisio, and Professor Julita Ubiles. For the MA in Social Studies Education, the program advisor, the new program advisor is Dr. Lyra Ruth P. Nasayaw, with the faculty and the former program advisor, Dr. Marcia Corazon Rico, and Professor Glinton Giriba, Professor Gerard Lawenco, Dr. Maria Julieta Vibores, our VPAA, and our Dean of Bugs, Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascareñas, with Dr. Ruby Ayo, Professor Catherine Ibasco, and Dr. Pio Sandino Mindenwet. For the MA in English Education, the program advisor is Dr. Angela Lorenzana, with the faculty, Dr. Renelyn Bautista, Dr. Norma Magdato, Professor Ryan De La Torre, Dr. Maria Teresa Abainza, Dr. Aris Perez, and Dr. Roldan C. Cabiles. For the MA in Filipino Education, our program advisor is Dr. Gail Ann Abrigo, with the faculty, Professor Benita Hugo, Jubert Balansay, Professor Teresa Ranieses, Maria Fe Antibola, and Dr. Evelyn Oliquido. For the MA in Culture and Arts Education, the program advisor is Dr. Shirley Maloles, with the faculty, Professor Agnes Lasin, Dr. Adrian Aguilar, and Dr. Annalisa Pasan. For the MA in Music Education, Professor Celeste San Pablo, with the faculty, Professor Apple Rubio, Professor Ramil Chabenia, Professor Inocencia Bermundo, and Professor Bernard Reforzado. For MA in Reading Education, the program advisor is Dr. Sandra A. Casitas, with the faculty, Dr. Bercasio, Dr. Agnes Rional, Professor Mylene Lieva, and Dr. Maria Teresa Abains. For the MA in Early Childhood Education, program advisor is Professor Mylene Lieva, and the faculty, Professor Catherine Lourdes Torre, Professor Crislita Antonio, and Professor Annabel Arrera. And for the MA in Guidance and Counseling, the program advisor is Dr. Maria Elena C. Ahoro, with the faculty, Dr. Henny Lumibao, Dr. Linda Campopos, Dr. Maribel Nas, and Dr. Ruja Rualius. For the MA in Educational Leadership and Management, the program advisor is Dr. Reina O. Habalo, Professor Sixto O. Orsales, Dr. Sherry Orozco, and Dr. Maria Teresa Abainza as faculty members, together with other faculty handling the EDD and Educational Leadership and Management. Then we also have the faculty assigned in the Foundations of Education, for all the master's programs. We have Dr. Angela Lorenzana, Dr. Bautista, Dr. Herbert, Dr. De Chavez, Dr. Albis Monte, Dr. Nicanor Balbin, and Dr. Linda Capobas. So thank you very much. That is all for the College of Education. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Minya, for introducing to us the program advisors for the College of Education. So this time, we now proceed to the next. We will have the Bicol University Open University. The program advisors will be introduced by the Dean, Dr. Benedicto B. Balillo Jr. Sir?
Good morning. Allow me to present the faculty of the Bicol University Open University. We have Dr. Maria Jane Mascareñas, the Dean of the BU Graduate School. Yours truly, Dr. Benedicto Balillo, and at the same time, the coordinator of the ETIAP. The Associate Dean of the BOU. Ay, Dok na dadangog?
Yes, sir, you're audible po.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you, Miss Kyle. So again, we have the Associate Dean, Professor Jose Carlo B. Labapie, and the Program Advisor of the Master of Public Administration. Next is Dr. Melinda D. Guzman, the Program Advisor of the Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership and Management and Master of Arts in Educational Leadership and Management and the Instructional Development Coordinator of the BOE. Dr. Ramon T. De Leon is our Research and Extension Coordinator and the Program Advisor of the Master in Local Government Management and the Master of Arts in Social Studies Education. Dr. Emily M. Agunos is our Academic Program Coordinator and the Program Advisor, the Master in Management. Dr. Roldan B. Cabiles is the BAG Secretary, at the same time the Program Advisor, the Master of Arts in English Education. Dr. Julie Ann C. Quinones is the Student Affairs and Services Coordinator and the core faculty of the Bicol University, Open University. We have also Professor Rolly and Monte Alegre, core faculty and in charge of the academic support services. So we have also affiliate faculty. We have Dr. Rameses M. Lorino, the University Registrar, Dr. Reina Habalo, our Presidential Chief of Staff, and Dr. Irene Moral under the BUCAL, the College of Arts and Letters, Dr. Marcia Corazon Tirico, the Director of the Extension Management Division, and our BPAA, Dr. Maria Julieta B. Bores, and Dr. Reynalina Bautista, or CPRO, together with Dr. Imelda Asuncion Barce, the Associate Dean of the BU CSSP. And we have also professional lecturer, Dr. Hermelita M. Antibula. Thank you and good morning po sa lahat.
Thank you very much for introducing to us the program advisors of the Bicol University Open University, Dr. Balilo. All right, so this time we now proceed to the next. We will be having now the introduction of the program advisors of the Institute of Physical Education, Sports, and Recreation. This will be facilitated by the Director, Dr. Karina L. Sales. Ma'am? Okay, so maybe we can just go back to Dr. Sales a little later. We now proceed to the introduction of the program advisors of the College of Arts and Letters to be facilitated by Dr. Adrian P. Aguilar. Sir?
Yes, good morning, everyone. May I present to you the programs of the College of Arts and Letters. Next slide, please. For the Master of Arts in Literature, the program chair is Dr. May Antoinette Is Imran. Of course, we have the faculty members, Dr. Abelardo G. Villeza, Professor Rogeline P. Samar. For MA in Filipino, the program chair is Dr. Melanie L. Golosinda and Dr. Alicia A. Asaituno, faculty member. And of course, the last program is Doctor of Philosophy in Filipino. Dr. Leticia M. Lopez is the program chair, and Dr. Evelyn C. Uluquino is faculty member. Thank you so much and welcome to Bicol University.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aguilar, for introducing to us the program advisors for the College of Arts and Letters. So this time, we now proceed to the Jesse M. Bredo Institute of Governance and Development. The program advisors will be introduced by Dr. Noemi Lobrigo Ibo. Ma'am.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear po.
Thank you very much. May I be allowed to share my screen? Okay, so good morning, everyone. May I present to you the program advisors of the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development, together with the faculty members handling the subjects for each program. So, by the way, I just have written here the graduate programs hosted by the JMRIGD with the graduate school. We have PhD in Development Management, PhD in Public Administration, Master of Public Administration straight program, Master in Public Administration, major in Health Emergency and Disaster Management, Master in Public Administration, major in Public Procurement, and the Master in Local Government Management. So for the PhD in Development Management, the program advisor is Dr. Ana Marie Rico Abante. And the following are the faculty members in the program. We have, of course, the program advisor, Dr. Emily Agonos, Attorney Joseph Bartolata, Dr. Jennifer Tejada Barameda, Dr. Cedric Daep, Dr. Lani Laguna Maceda, Dr. Arnulfo M. Mascareñas, and Dr. Erwin Vargas. For PhD in Public Administration, yours truly is the program advisor with the following faculty members: Dr. Ana Marie Abante, Dr. Emily Agonos, Attorney Joseph Bartolata, Dr. Cedric Daep, Dr. Rameses Lorino, Dr. Lani L. Maceda, Attorney Alex Nepomuceno, and Dr. Christian C. Because of the retirement of Dr. Frias, I took over as the program advisor of Master of Public Administration straight program, and these are the faculty members in the program: Dr. Emily Agonos, Dr. Rubian L. Ayo, Attorney Joseph Bartolata, yours truly, Dr. K. Losabia, Provincial Director Arnel Renato Madrideo of DILG, Dr. Arnulfo M. Mascareñas, Associate Professor Ruby Macasinag, Attorney Alex Nepomuceno, and Attorney Norly Reyes. For Master in Public Administration, major in Health Emergency and Disaster Management, Assistant Professor Ede Salvacion Pai Adornado is the program advisor. So the faculty members teaching the program are the following: Associate Professor Ede Salvacion Adornado, Dr. Aramis Aristides Balde, Dr. Cedric Daep, Associate Professor Rodel Nino Franco, Associate Professor Ruby Macasinag, and Dr. Maria Delia Rañeses. For the Master in Public Administration, major in Public Procurement, we have the new program advisor, the University Registrar, Dr. Ramses M. Lorino. And the following are the faculty members: yours truly, Noemi Ivo, of course, the program advisor, Dr. Rameses Lorino, Attorney Alex Nepomuceno, Attorney Norly Reyes, and Dr. Pritzi Ray. For the Master in Local Government Management, the program advisor is Dr. K. Gariba Losabia. And the faculty members are yours truly, Noemi Ivo. Then we have the program advisor herself, Dr. K. Losabia, Dr. Rameses Lorido, Attorney Alex Nepomuceno, and Provincial Director Arnel Renato Madrideo of DILG. That's all for the JMRIGD. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibo, for introducing to us the program advisors for the Jesse M. Robredo Institutes of Governance and Development. So this time, we now proceed to Bicol University, Ginobatan. The program advisors will be introduced to us by Dr. Rosife B.D. Ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to present the faculty members and the program chairs of the Bicol University, Ginobatan.
Daddy, mag-iba to! Politician,
Rax slideshow. Rax slideshow, please. Okay, for Bicol University Masters in Rural Development. Rax, nawala ka. Okay, for Master of Science in Agriculture, major in Animal Science, we have 3 fields of specializations: Animal Science, Crop Science, and Agriculture. For the program chair, we have Dr. Sara D. Sambahon. Next slide, please. Ma'am, can I just present a little later? We'll just fix some glitch here.
Yes po, ma'am. So we will first proceed to the next college. Then later on, we will go back to Bicol University, Ginobatan.
Yes,
Thank you, Dr. D. Okay, so this time, we proceed first to the next institute, the Institute of Design and Architecture, to be presented to us by the officer in charge of the Office of the Director, Architect Maureen M. Sia. Architect. May we request first the one who is presenting the slide to please exit first the presentation. Then we will just be going back to Bicol University, Ginobatan in a while.
Yes, good morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes po, you are loud and clear po, Architect.
Okay, let me share my presentation. Okay. Okay, so as the OIC of the Institute of Design and Architecture, let me present to you the program advisor and the core faculty of the loan program, the Master of Science in Architecture. To start, let me present the program advisor, Architect Leo A. Del Rosario, FJAT, PhD. The core faculty of the program, Architect Alvin S. Salid, LPC, MSR. Architect Rizal Ann L. Meneses, MSR. Architect ENT Delphine M. Mirabice Jr., FUAT, RMP, MSR. And the program advisor, Architect Leo A. Del Rosario, FUAT, PhD. That would be all for the MS in Architecture. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you very much, Architect Sia, for introducing to us the program advisors for the Institute of Design and Architecture. So this time, we now proceed to the College of Industrial Technology. The program advisors will be presented by the Dean, Dr. Jonathan C. Arroco. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. May I present to our dear students, the newcomers, and those who are continuing their graduate degree, the Master of Arts in Industrial Education program faculty members. Yours truly is the Dean of the College of Industrial Technology and also a core faculty of the MAI program. And we have Dr. Kenji Mirenciano, the program advisor, and the Professor Christian Calleja, core faculty, Dr. Nicanor Balbin. Also, we have Professor Joel Habalo. We also have Dr. J.R. Balion, Dr. Emerson Manzanillo, Professor Wilma Pahavera, and Professor Romnick Apin. So these are the core faculty of the MAIE majors in Instructional Technology and Teaching TLE. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arroco, for introducing to us the program advisors of the College of Industrial Technology. So moving on, we have now the College of Nursing. The program advisors will be introduced to us by the Dean herself, Dr. Jean Aneth S. Ibo. Ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. Can I be heard? Morning.
Yes. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. As Dean of the College of
Morning.
Nursing, I have the honor to present to you the program advisor, and the faculty teaching the two graduate programs of the College of Nursing, namely the Master of Arts in Nursing and the Master in Nursing Education. The program advisor is Dr. Nera Egalan, and the core faculty from the College of Nursing Legazpi, we have Richard Bartolata, Charina Sipcon, yours truly, Rudel Niño Franco, Maria Delia Rañeses, Mary Joy Sande, and from the Tabaco, we have Albert Balase and Dennis Bucola. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibo, for introducing to us the program advisors for the College of Nursing. So this time we proceed to the College of Business, Economics, and Management. The program advisors will be presented by Dr. Dimson M. Rivero. Sir.
Okay, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes po, you're audible here.
To the BU administrators headed by the BU President, Dr. Benjamin Dean Ebras III, to my esteemed colleagues, to our beloved students, friends, a pleasant morning. I am Dr. Julieta Mojados, and I am honored to be here with you today. Our Dean, Dr. Dimson M. Rivero, is currently attending to an equally important engagement, the virtual orientation of BUCBEM. In his stead, I've been entrusted with the privilege of introducing the distinguished composition of the BUCBEM officials, program advisors, and faculty. Let me begin by introducing our dedicated officials who lead our BUCBEM graduate programs. Our Dean is Dr. Dimson M. Rivero. Our Associate Dean is Dr. Julian M. Lustan, and at the same time, the Planning Officer and Program Advisor of Master in Management. Dr. Nolan G. Belaro is the Chairperson of Entrepreneurship Department and the Program Advisor of Master in Cooperative Management. Dr. Janet G. Poha is the Chairperson of Business Administration Department and the Program Advisor of MM Major in Human Resource Management. Dr. Elmer A. Lorenzana heads the Research Development Management Division and at the same time, the Program Advisor of Master in Economics. And yours truly, Dr. Julieta V. Mojados, currently designated as the Research Coordinator of the college, is the Program Advisor of Master in Entrepreneurship. Here are the STEM faculty of BUCBEM Graduate School. Wait lang, hindi ko makita. Okay. So, the faculty in Master in Economics program is headed by Dr. Elmer A. Lorenzana, and the faculty are Dr. Erwin E. Torres, the Director of BUPKMD, Dr. Clea L. Bongat, Professor Edna B. Mata, Professor Imelda A. Shapno, Professor Ilona M. Matias, and Professor Sheila B. Disuyo. The faculty in Master in Entrepreneurship program, headed by me, is Dr. Nolan G. Belaro, Dr. Dimson M. Rivero, our Dean, Dr. Elmer A. Lorenzana, Dr. Julian M. Lustan, Professor Mary Ann L. Ansano, and Professor Maria Crescia C. Banyares. The faculty members of Master in Cooperative Management, headed by the Program Advisor, Dr. Nolan G. Belaro, are Dr. Dimson M. Rivero, Dr. Elmer A. Lorenzana, Dr. Julian M. Lustan, yours truly, and Professor Edgar S. Barameda. And for Master in Management program, headed by Dr. Julian M. Lustan, we have Dr. Janet G. Poha, yours truly, Dr. Dimson Rivero, Dr. Nolan G. Belaro, and Dr. Elmer A. Lorenzana. And for Master in Management, Major in Human Resource Management, headed by Dr. Janet G. Poha, we have Dr. Julian M. Lustan, Judge Norly P. Reyes, the former BU Vice President for Administration and Finance, yours truly, Dr. Dimson M. Rivero, Dr. Elmer A. Lorenzana, and Dr. Nolan Belaro. To our new graduate students, especially those joining the BUCBEM family, welcome. You are now part of a legacy of excellence, innovation, and service. So dream boldly, work passionately, and lead with integrity. Let me borrow this from our Dean, the Dean of BUCBEM. At BUCBEM, we don't just aim for the best, we go beyond the best. Welcome aboard, and may your journey be filled with growth and purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Julieta Mojados, for introducing to us the program advisors for the College of Business Economics and Management on behalf of Dr. Dimson M. Rivero. So this time, we now proceed to the College of Science. The program advisors will be introduced to us by the Dean herself, Professor Jocelyn E. Serrano. Ma'am?
Hi, good morning to our BU President and the top officials of the university, as well as the Dean of the Graduate School. I have the honor to present also the program advisors of the Master of Science in Biology and the Master in Information Systems, as well as the faculty component. For the Master of Science in Biology, we have the Program Advisor, Dr. Lilibeth A. Kahuday. And the following faculty, yours truly. Next. Professor Jocelyn T. Imperial, Dr. Charmaine A. Malonzo, Dr. Raymond S. Regalia, Professor Phil V. Morano, Professor Dale Nick S. Membreve, Dr. Ann R. Juneda, and Dr. Maria Karina Luz R. Discaya. For the Masters in Information Systems, we have Professor Ryan Rodriguez as the Program Advisor, Professor Noli B. Lucila, Faculty, Dr. Romel Evan Paje, Dr. Mary Joy Cannon, Dr. Benedicto B. Balilo, who is also the Dean of the Bicol University Open University, Dr. Leia A. Austero, who is the Program Chair of Computer Science, Dr. Christian Y. C., who is also our Associate Dean and Planning Officer, Dr. Lani L. Maceda, who is our VP for Research, Development, and Extension, Dr. Jennifer L. Uvido, Dr. Davy A. Balmadrid, Dr. Aris J. Ordonez, who is the Director of ICTO, Dr. Michael Angelo D. Brogada, Dr. J.V. Christopher Vivar, Dr. Franklin M. Miranda, and thank you very much. So again, thank you. And they are the roster of faculty for the Masters of Science in Biology and Masters in Information Systems.
Thank you very much, Professor Jocelyn Serrano, for introducing to us the program advisors for the College of Science. So this time, we now proceed to Bicol University Tabaco. The program advisors will be presented to us by the Dean himself, Professor Ronel R. Juneda, Sr. Sir?
I think, ma'am, hindi po siya nakapasok.
Okay,
Hello?
po, ma'am. So maybe we can just go back to Bicol University Tabaco once.
That's okay. Can I present it? I am the
Sure po,
program
ma'am.
advisor.
Yes
Let me
po.
share po ng
Apo.
presentation.
Bicol University.
Hello, ma'am. Can I present it? I am the
Sure po,
program
ma'am.
advisor. Let me share po ng presentation. Okay, good morning, everybody. Allow me to present the faculty members of the Master of Science in Fishery Technology at Davao Campus. This is led by our dean, Professor Rodel Arjuneda, and PhD from
Ma'am Karen, I think your microphone is not is in mute po. May I request you to please unmute po your microphone? Thank you very much po.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. Let me share the presentation. This is the list of the faculty from Tabao campus are handling Master in Science and Fisheries Technology. This is led by our new Dean, Professor Ronel Arjuneda. Myself, Karen Bootsby Briñas, Graduate School Program Advisor, at the same time, Fisheries Department Chair. Professor Escorsera de Jesus. Professor Aldred Mel B. Macale. Professor Maria Corazon R. Collantes. Dr. Renan U. Bobiles. Professor Dr. Alex P. Kamaya. And we have also some retired professors who are still active this time, teaching us here in Tabao campus. Professor Grace B. Brizuela, Professor Maria Asuncion V. Oronan, Dr. Protomeo M. Nieves, and the former dean and retired also, Dr. Maria Gisela N. Mortega. So thank you very much. These are the faculty of Tabao campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Karen Briñas, for sharing to us the program advisors for the Bicol University Tobacco on behalf of Professor Ronel Arjuneda Sr. So this time, we now go back to the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. So maybe Attorney Alex is already here with us inside the Zoom conference to present to us the program advisors of the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. We have Attorney Alex B. Nepomuceno. Okay, so maybe we can go back once again to CSSP in a while. This time, we proceed to the Institute of Physical Education, Sports, and Recreation. The program advisors will be presented to us by the director herself, Dr. Karina L. Sales. Ma'am?
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so for the Institute of Physical Education, Sports, and Recreation, Master of Arts in PE, we have the following faculty. Of course, Dr. yours truly as the director and also a faculty. We have Dr. Rachel Kate Peguera, faculty, and the program coordinator. And we have Dr. Arian Arevalo, MAPE faculty. Dr. Randy Austria, also a faculty. And Sir Lyndon Bailon. Welcome to the home of Aragons, IPSR. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sales, for introducing to us the program advisors for the Institute of Physical Education, Sports, and Recreation. So this time, we now proceed to Bicol University Ginobatan. The program advisors will be presented to us by Dr. Rosife B.D. Ma'am?
Good morning once again. So may I present to you the program advisors, so with the faculty members of the BU Ginobatan Masters in Rural Development. For the Masters in Rural Development, we have Dr. Antonio P. Padayal being the program chair. Next slide, please. Then we have another curricular offering. We have now Professor Alberto Gonzalez, the program chair for Master of Science in Biodiversity and Environmental Management. Then, Rax, kindly go back to the program chair of MSA. Then for the Master of Science in Agriculture with Animal Science and Crop Science and Agricultural Education as the field of specialization, the program chair is Dr. Sara D. Sambahon. For the graduate faculty members, we have now the following. For MSA major in Animal Science, we have Professor Adrian Sola, and we have Dr. Christopher P. De La Cruz. Then for MSA faculty members, major in crop science, we have Dr. Lester M. Narvaez, Dr. Sara D. Zambahon, Dr. Virgilia G. Armendi. Then we have for MSA faculty members, major in agricultural education, we have Professor Antonio Padayo Jr., Dr. Antonio P. Payonga, Professor Ruby R. Orbeta. Then for MRD faculty, we have Professor Kalayaan C. Triunfante, yours truly, and Professor Ruby M. Makasinag. Then for MSBEM faculty members, we have Professor Alberto D. Gonzalez, Dr. Myla L. Miro, Professor Adonis L. Malbar. So that's all, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. D, for introducing to us the program advisors for Bicol University, Ginubatan. So thank you so much to all our deans and directors for introducing to us the respective program advisors for the institute and colleges. So we acknowledge also our program advisors in the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. I think Attorney Alex Nepomuceno is not yet here with us, for he is attending an equally important matter. So this time, we now proceed to our next agendum for this morning, the Bicol University Graduate School academic policies. Of course, policies serve as our guideposts in ensuring order, fairness, and academic excellence within the graduate school. This session will help us better understand the standards and regulations that shape our academic journey. To present the Bicol University Graduate School academic policies, let us now welcome the ever-dedicated Secretary of the Bicol University Graduate School, Dr. Roldan C. Cabiles. Let us give him a virtual round of applause.
Thank you very much, Kyla, for your kind introduction. Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. My task this morning is to walk you through on the significant and salient portions of our graduate program manual of operations. We would like to acknowledge, of course, the people behind this who labored for the conceptualization of our graduate program manual of operation. We'd like to acknowledge the former dean, Dr. Herbert Rosana, the former college secretary. We have Dr. Samuel Bobiles, and of course, our former SUC president, now our Professor Emeritus, Dr. Arnulfo Mascareñas. All right. Our graduate program manual of operation is approved by virtue of the Administrative Order number 13 series of 2025, which clearly specifies the policies, the procedures, which shall be followed by all graduate students enrolled in the graduate programs in Bicol University. And just this year, we already renamed it in compliance with the CMO 15 series of 2019. We renamed it to the Graduate Program Manual of Operations as requested by the technical panel. Here are the Bicol University learning outcomes for the Bicol University Graduate School. We have 4, and you have to assess yourselves whether you already manifest the following outcomes after taking the courseworks, of your respective programs. First, you should be able to demonstrate critical thinking and integrative skills to solve problems, to support lifelong learning, communicate effectively and appropriately orally and in writing for various purposes with the responsible use of ICT tools. You have to be able to collaborate with diverse people ethically and with mastery of knowledge and skills in given disciplines. And finally, you have to create knowledge and innovation to promote inclusive development as well as globalization. These are frameworks that we consider also in coming up with our curricula and internal policies related to the graduate school. Our graduate program manual of operations is anchored on a very important policy by the Commission on Higher Education, which is the CMO 15 series of 2019, with the subject policies, standards, and guidelines for graduate education. If you're to read the entirety of this policy, it only centers on this. First, is strengthening the nation's innovation, research, and development. That's why you would notice in your courseworks, in your theses and dissertations, these are reflected. Sometimes you are required by the advisory committee to come up with an innovation, to come up with a research as an offshoot of the thesis and dissertation that you have after taking all the courseworks in a particular program. Cultivation of culture of research and innovation in the graduate program levels. Okay, this is graduate school, and this is far different from the bachelor's or the undergraduate program. Okay, based also on the CMO 15 series of 2019, there is there is a philosophical underpinning, and there are three. You should there has to be an interdisciplinary academic discipline or profession and involves the following objectives. One, rigorous evaluation of work and interaction with professors and peers. That's why you will notice in the delivery of the course, some of your professors may be requiring you to come up with a peer-led discussion, to also interact with other students in the programs offered by the graduate school, and may also interact with stakeholders or people outside the university. Professional experience via internships, teaching and research, and production of original research and creative work. The number 3 is one of the anchors of the graduation requirements, which I will be presenting to you this morning. I'll present to you salient provisions from the time that you are admitted to the graduate school until graduation. Para clear ang ating direction. What are the salient academic policies and provisions that you have to bear in mind so that you are on the right track, that you could finish immediate year programs, in consideration, of course, with the different policies we have in the graduate school. This is our policy, and we have distributed the policy upon enrollment. I think we've started distributing the policy's hard copy of the policy last August 20, no, last semester, that was January 2025, we started distributing already copies of policy. It's for free and all. It's also available in the graduate school. And if you still don't have a copy of this, you can just request at the office the hard copy, a hard copy of our policy. This is also available at the open access drive of the Bicol University Facebook page. Just visit the generic drive where you can see all our files, and you can just download it and read all the provisions for guidance. Let's start with the admission status. No? You could already relate to this because you have been notified by the graduate school that you are admitted to the specific program. And when we notified that you are indeed admitted to the program, there are three categories to take note. First, when you are admitted under regular admission, that means that the applicant whose academic records and supporting documents indicate that he or she is qualified to undertake graduate study in his or her chosen field, meaning there's no problem. The documents are complete, vertical articulation of the program is okay, and now capable to continue the program. However, if you see in your notice of admission that you are under probationary admission, please take note of this, especially those who have just been admitted this July 2025. Please revisit your notice of admissions because we have a category indicated in the notice of admission. So if you received a NOA with probationary admission, this is the reason why the applicant whose academic records and supporting documents indicate deficiencies but show promise of success in graduate study. Probationary admission is also offered to international students whose academic background qualify for admission but who failed to show proof of English proficiency. Okay? However, there is a way, there is a provision in our policy where you can shift to regular status by applying, at the BU Graduate School. And I'll show to you later how are you going to proceed with a regular admission upon enrolling in the second semester of residence. Change of admission status from probationary to regular. How are you going to do that? The student must meet the specific requirements prescribed by the program advisor before his provision before his probationary status can be changed to regular. Okay, you have to consult first with your program advisor. That's why the graduate school requested the host colleges to present your respective program advisors because you will be working closely with your program advisors. An applicant who fails to meet the terms of his probationary admission is automatically disqualified from pursuing his intended program of study. Those students who receive probationary status may be allowed to register in the following term, which means to say this is your second semester of residence. Those students who have been admitted last January, there is no problem anymore because we already assessed their records. They were not allowed to enroll in the second semester of their residence this July without securing the change of status. So this is a prompt for those students who were admitted this July 2025 that you have to complete 9 units of coursework with a general weighted average of 2.0. So please take note of the requirement. The first 3 subjects should have at least 2.0 GWA. So please take care of your grades in the first 3 subjects. Upon submission of an approved change of status from probationary to regular issued by the Office of the Dean of the Graduate School or approved by the Dean of the Graduate School, there is a form available at the BU Graduate School office. So once you are already done taking the first 3 subjects, please proceed to the BU Graduate School and request for the form for you to be able to change your status from probationary to regular. Registration. A student may carry a regular load of 12. And students can enroll only 6 units during mid-year. Please take note of this. So when we speak of regular
Recording in progress.
When we speak of semester, we're referring to first semester and second semester. Okay? For first sem, you could take 12. For second semester, you could take 12. But this is subject to the evaluation of your program advisor because your program advisor follows a course tracking. Okay? So it is best that you coordinate first or you seek advice from your program advisor whether you are eligible to take 12 units because sometimes pinagsasabay-sabay yung lahat ng major. So the program advisors would create a tracking na hindi naman masyadong mabigat, ano? So sometimes there is a combination of foundation courses and then major courses because if you take in one semester all major courses, nako, mabigat 'yon, ano? So it is best that you coordinate first with your program advisor. That's why we have the advising slip, okay? However, a student may be allowed to carry more than the regular academic load under justifiable circumstances recommended by the advisor or the program advisor and approved by the dean of the graduate school. For example, your residency is about to lapse and so you have to get that subject kasi yan na lang ang subject na kailangan mong i-take and so you just have to talk to your program advisor and perhaps tell your circumstance and so that it can be approved by the dean of the graduate school. You cannot go beyond 12 without seeking an approval from the office of the dean duly recommended by your program advisor. This is the residence requirement I'm talking about and the time limit. I'd like to call the attention of those students who have been admitted from 2022 because 2022 is the time when we officially took off the implementation of our graduate program manual of operations. For masters, you are only allowed to stay in the graduate school for 5 years. Ano? For 5 years. We are very particular with the residency requirement. Some of you have requested already an extension or a grace period, but we do not give much grace period, ano, because you're technically based on our policy, you can no longer continue the program because your residency has already lapsed. So it is advised that all students should be able to check from time to time, ano, their residency because sometimes students no longer pay attention to their residency. Akala nila, meron pa pala, ubos na pala ang residency. So, hindi na nakaka-enroll ang estudyante. For doctoral, you are only given 7 years of actual residence from the start of graduate work. That's the reason why I have here an asterisk, a colatilia, that you have to file leave of absence. Sorry. Because the leave of absence saves your residency requirement. Ano? You could only file leave of absence if you still have residency in the graduate school. But if your residency has already lapsed, you could no longer file leave of absence. Let's say, if you're a student in a master's program, nakapang third year ka pa lang, sorry, pwede ka pang mag-file ng leave of absence. But kung ikaw ay magpa-file ng LOA, but pang 5 years mo na, we can no longer allow you to file leave of absence because wala ka nang ifa-file na residency. Ano? That's why please take good care of your residency requirement. Again, for masters, we only allow 5 years of stay in the graduate school, and for the doctoral programs, we only give 7 years, for all across doctoral programs. Leave of absence. The application for leave of absence of a student who does not intend to enroll in a semester, we don't allow leave of absence in mid-year. We only allow filing of LOA first sem and second sem. Shall be filed at least 2 weeks before the start of the semester. More likely, kapag nag-commence na yung enrollment, you can already file, dapat uh, ispo- um, uh, on the other side, you are those who don't want to intend to who don't want to enroll in that specific semester should already be filing their LOA at the same time, no? That's why we specify this also in our enrollment guidelines that whenever we open the enrollment, those who don't want to enroll in a specific semester, like for example, merong nabuntis or merong health concern, pwede na kayo mag-LOA. We recommend that you file LOA so that you could save your residency requirement. At least 2 weeks before the start of the semester, well, for students who are currently enrolled and wish to withdraw his or her enrollment application for leave should be filed 2 weeks after the intended withdrawal commences. Next, LOA or leave of absence in no case shall exceed in one academic year, subject to the renewal for a very meritorious reason. But the total leave which you can file is 2 years. Like for example, first muna, pwede ka mag-LOA muna ng 1 year. Maybe because pupunta ka ng abroad. There is a very urgent concern that you have to attend to abroad. Please file LOA before going abroad. And when you go back, or if you see that um, kailangan pa mag-extend because of the urgency of your concern, then you could still apply for LOA, but that is going to be the maximum uh, uh, chance that you could file LOA, because by our policy, you're only allowed to file LOA for not to exceed 2 years. Student who is in AWOL status for a total of more than 2 school years. I'd like to highlight this. Those students who are not filing LOA, for more than 2 years for masters and 3 years for doctoral will be automatically terminated from the program. Okay, we could see that in your records. Once we assess your records, and if you belong to this category, we will immediately terminate. We will not allow you to enroll anymore in the program. That's why, again, it is advised that whenever you are not going to enroll, please file LOA, okay, so that you could save your residency. Let's talk about plan of coursework. The plan of coursework should follow the prescribed number of units of coursework for each graduate program in the master's and doctoral and in diploma programs. For example, we have the foundation, major, specialization, cognitive thesis, and dissertation. The plan of coursework should contain all your courseworks from the time you are admitted to the graduate school until graduation. There are some students who are submitting courseworks kung ano lang yung in-enroll nila in a specific semester. Yun lang. No. In fact, you're not supposed to be changing your plan of courseworks from time to time. From the time you are admitted to the graduate school, you already coordinate with your program advisor, base it in the course tracking of your program advisor, so that you will not be changing it from time to time. Then submit it to the graduate school. Once it's approved by the dean of the graduate school, it is already your official record, in the program. Okay? That's why it is not recommended that you always change your plan of coursework. You have to carefully populate the content of your plan of coursework, because it is your direction. It sets the time frame. When are you going to take your compre? When are you going to take your thesis writing? When are you going to take your proposal defense? Okay? And it is recommended by your advisory committee, your advisor, and panel. Whatever change to be made in your plan of coursework should be closely coordinated with your advisory committee. The office of the program advisor could give you advice on this. The office can only approve once there is a recommendation from the advisory committee and the program advisor. That's how significant your plan of coursework is. Okay, that's why please carefully plan your or carefully populate all courses in your plan of coursework. A graduate student within his or her first semester of residence must prepare a plan of coursework considering the prescribed residence period for the degree, like for master's, 5 years, in consultation with your program advisor and your advisory committee. The approved plan of coursework shall become the official program of the student and must be completely satisfied. Application for changes and approved plan of coursework must be in consultation with the advisory committee. There is no problem with the changing of your plan of coursework, just that you have to consult your committee. That's why first year pa lang, meron na kayong advisor at meron na kayong panel because the participation or the involvement of the advisor and panel will start during your first semester of residence because they're going to provide you advice. What subjects are you going to take? Will there be cognates that you are going to take in other programs based on your needs? Next, this is the a form for the plan of coursework. You will notice it has to be signed by the advisor, the panel chair, member, and another member. We only have three panel members or advisory committee members for masters. And for doctoral, we have 5. And it has to be recommended by the program advisor. We could only sign, the secretary and the office of the dean could only sign if this is endorsed by your advisory committee and advisor. We also noticed that there are plan of coursework submitted to our office. Walang pirma ng estudyante. It has to be signed by you because that is your commitment that whatever subjects you will write in your plan of courseworks, that is going to be your direction, your commitment to the program. Okay? So by looking into your plan of coursework, we could immediately see when do you plan to graduate. Okay? Nakikita na kaagad namin dyan. Example, let me give an example. This is my course tracking in the Master of Arts in English Education. And I crafted already a course tracking, and this is now the basis of my students in crafting their plan of coursework. So assuming this is already an approved plan of approved course tracking. Next to that, the student will now craft the plan of coursework based on the course tracking of the program advisor. See, if the program advisor sets that the foundation of education will have to be taken on the first semester of residence, then the foundation of education should reflect here on the first, on the first line that it has to be taken by the student on the first semester of 2025-2026. Okay? So basically, the plan of coursework is based on the course tracking of the program advisor. And I'll just send this to my students because I want that they follow the same course tracking and they graduate the same with the same specific academic year. But if there will be changes, they have to consult with me because I will give them a contextualized plan of coursework suited to their circumstance. Okay? This is the number of the Student Advisory Committee based on the Admin Order number 690 series of 2022. The advisor, the composition of the advisory committee is that there has to be an advisor, there must be a committee chair, and members. But for masters, please take note that the advisor is only one. Okay? The chair is only one. The chair is only one. And the members are 2. But it is highlighted here that advisor should have should focus on content. What do we mean by content? Ito yung, depende sa study nyo, content is, this pertains to your field of specialization. Like, for example, if the paper is about reading, then the advisor should also be in line with reading, okay? Or the advisor should have a competence in reading. You can check the records or the profile of the faculty, whether the faculty is a graduate of reading or a graduate of MA in reading, okay? If it's about English, then the advisor should have a competence in English. So perhaps a graduate of MA in English education or PhD in English education, okay? For the chair, the same, based on the field of specialization. And for the members, there has to be two. It's either another content or method. Okay? Yung method, of course, um, meron na tayong meron na tayong content, so it has to be balanced with method, who will be sitting or will be checking in terms of the qualitative, quantitative aspects of your paper. Were you able to employ appropriate research design or research method? So there has to be someone who will be checking on that. That's why the composition is content, and method. The same with doctoral programs. The advisor should have an expertise in terms of content. The chairperson must have a focus on content, and you can invite experts along content and method. Okay. Next. This is how you are going to request for an advisor. These are the requirements at the same time on how you're going to request for an advisor. There has to be, you have to submit accomplished request for thesis or dissertation advisor form, 2 copies, concept note, which is approved and signed by the program advisor. No? Please take note that the program advisor will first be the one to critique your concept note, okay, and provide advice whether the research topic is sound or could still be improved, okay? Photocopy of the certificate of registration, or if not, the copy of notice of admission for first year students. When you apply or when you request for an advisor, you have to coordinate closely with your program advisor and nominate 3 o tatlo pong faculty, and they have to affix their signature beside their name. And they are just nominated, It doesn't mean that it's already approved by the office. We could only say that your request is already approved when the dean of the graduate school has already affixed her signature, and our office notifies you whether your request for advisor is already approved. Once it's approved, we designate or we provide a designation to the faculty, and the faculty will conquer the designation of the advisor, which means that is an official document recorded in the graduate school. So in preparing your concept note, you will be asked to provide your proposed title, your research discipline, theoretical background of the study, knowledge gap to be filled, your main research questions, the research design, methods and materials, and the references you've used in the conceptualization of your concept note. This is how this is an example of a designation. So once it's already approved na siya sa Office of the Dean, the Office of the Dean will initiate providing the designation to the thesis advisor, and the duties and responsibilities are specified already here. And the thesis advisor or the dissertation advisor will have to conquer. And once it's conquered already, the advisor whom you have nominated has already been assigned or designated by the dean, you have to go back to the graduate school because you have to proceed to the second step. And the second step is the composition of your panel. The composition of your panel. These are the requirements. You have to submit accomplished nomination of thesis or dissertation panel form. Ito yon. Second, photocopy of approved designation of advisor. Yung kanina, ito siya. Requirement ito para sa panel. Okay? And the third one is the photocopy of your COR or copy of notice of admission for first year. Okay? So now, in the nomination of panel, please take note of the number or the required number of panel depending on whether you are under the master's or doctoral programs. A while ago, I presented that there has to be 3 members of the panel, right? So, ang chairperson mo, isa, member, isa, at another member. Please take note of the content and method. So, sa chair, you have to pick someone whose expertise or area is on content, another member whose expertise is on content, and another member whose expertise is on methodology. You may refer to your research method teachers or statistical research. They can sit here because they have the expertise to sit as a member in terms of method. Okay? So what you're going to write here in the form are not actually the degree of the faculty because some are writing the degrees of the faculty. What you're going to write here is the category whether they are sitting as content or method. And they have to affix their signature again here. And then it will be recommended by the program advisor, the department chair, if the college has a department chairperson. But usually, wala for graduate school, the college secretary to be approved by the dean of the graduate school. This now becomes another official document to be databased in the BU graduate school. So now, you have the advisor, you now have the panel. Okay? So, pair yung dalawa, Step 1 and Step 2. Yung Step 3 is later. Student Advisory Committee. What are the things that you have to take note of in the composition of your advisory committee or panel? You, together with your committee, will be the one who will plan your study. That's why you have to compose them first before composing the plan of coursework. Okay? Your committee...
bakit niyo ako pinabayaan?
Your committee will be the one who will guide, advise you in your study and thesis dissertation field of study. Your committee will be the one who will endorse all your requests, letters to the graduate school, and you have to be sure that your selected members have appropriate appointments to the graduate school to avoid delay in processing. Without your approved advisor, without your approved panel, without your approved plan of coursework, you cannot hold your defense verbal. Dahil kasi ito yung schedule na fit ang aming panel. No, you cannot proceed. Why? Magkakaproblema tayo niyan later on sa payment ng advisor mo at yung mga panel mo. Hindi dumaan sa tamang process. That's why hindi nakapag-collect ng honorarium for the faculty. That's why it is really recommended that there has to be an official document first before proceeding to a defense, because there are some cases may mga nagdi-defend hindi alam ng opisina. So without notice of proposal defense or without notice of final defense, do not hold your defense or else the office is not liable for whatever circumstance may there be after your defense. Changes in the committee members is allowed. However, there has to be, again, a consultation with your program advisor regarding this, because the one who will be replaced will have to signify kasi officially designated na siya ng opisina, no? Like for example, nagpalit ka ng advisor mo, allowed naman siya. But coordinate with your program advisor, but you have to write a letter addressed to the Dean of the Graduate School, and um, the one who will be replaced is also confirming that pumapayag siya, napalitan siya. Ano baka kasi later on, kapag magpipirmahan na ng manuscript, ng hardbound, hindi pala siya pumayag. So, pwedeng maging cause ito ng delay ng iyong graduation. Okay? The same with the panel. If you are going to change a panel, make it always official, ano, with the office of the graduate school. Qualifying examination. But this time, this is only for doctoral programs. Again, for doctoral programs. We have programs from College of Education. We have PhD in Educational Foundations. We have Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership and Management. For the Robredo, we have, I call the attention of PhD in Development Management, PhD in Public Administration, PhD in Mathematics Education also at the College of Education, PhD in Peace and Security, Peace and Security Administration lodged at the CSSP. If there are newly admitted students, you are to undergo qualifying examination. Okay? This is the basis for evaluating the student's ability to pursue doctoral study and for determining a suitable program of coursework. This is the time where your advisory committee looks into your proposed plan of coursework. May pwede ba tayong idagdag na subject dito? Pwedeng tingnan ng committee. Okay, pwede nating pa-enrollin ito doon sa, let's say, courses offered in nursing, no? So the committee could suggest that you be enrolled in that specific subject depending on the deliberation, during your qualifying examination. Requirement before proceeding. Again, may I emphasize this, This is a requirement before proceeding to the second semester of residence, which means to say that if you are admitted this July 2025, we will not allow you to enroll in January enrollment if there is no result of qualifying examination. I will repeat, we will not allow doctoral students newly admitted. I'm referring to the newly admitted. We will not allow you to enroll in the 2026 January enrollment if you do not have a result of your qualifying examination. This already happened in many doctoral students just last sem, ano sila, invite ka agad, nag-convince ka agad ng committee because they cannot be allowed to enroll in the enrollment this July 2025 because the office was looking for the result of the qualifying examination based on our graduate program manual of operation. Application should be made not later than 1 month before the date of examination. If the student fails his or her qualifying examination, no re-examination shall be allowed except on the unanimous approval of his or her advisory committee. If the student fails the re-examination, pangalawang beses, na nag-qualifying examination, the student will be permanently disqualified from earning the degree. May I reiterate, may I emphasize this?
Yeah.
Hello? Am I clear now? Sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay. That on your second attempt, applying for qualifying examination, you have to make sure that by that time you will already pass the qualifying examination or else you will be permanently disqualified to continue the program, meaning we will not allow you anymore to enroll in that program. May I also remind you of the issuance of the Office of the Dean pertaining to the qualifying examination for doctoral programs. This is by virtue of the Office Memorandum number 118 series of 2025, Re guidelines in the conduct of qualifying examinations in the BU Graduate School. Okay? Upon applying, you have to provide personal information, meaning we are going to request a curriculum vitae, which contains the following. We will be asking in your curriculum vitae, we'll be asking the following: your name, your address, job, employer, baccalaureate, post-baccalaureate degrees, schools attended, relevant trainings attended, licensure examinations passed if there are, research engagements, and publications. Okay. You also need to specify in your curriculum vitae the major subjects taken both in baccalaureate and post-baccalaureate And then programs, relevant trainings attended, including licensure examinations passed if there are, including research research. engagements, and What's that? publications. Okay. You also need to specify in your curriculum vitae So there the is a major sound coming subjects up. taken both in baccalaureate and post-baccalaureate programs, relevant trainings attended, including licensure examinations passed if there are, including research research. engagements, and publications. Okay. You also need to specify in your curriculum vitae So the there is major a sound subjects coming up. taken. Sorry about that. That's normal in live. All right, next. Sorry, I'm still not yet done with this part. Included also in your curriculum vitae should be the uh, enrolled subjects taken during the first semester of residency. Meaning on that specific semester, ano yung na-enroll mong subject? And then, plan of coursework, proposed lang. Ano yung proposed? But the proposed plan of coursework should be coordinated with your program advisor. Tama ba itong ginawa kong plan of coursework, madam? Baka may nakalimutan tayong foundation courses or major courses that are required in the curriculum. Okay, so the the cue is that you have to coordinate closely again with your program advisor. And letter B, may I invite you to refer to letter B. This is the function of the advisory committee. They're going to evaluate the students' mastery and grounding on the foundational theories and key concepts in his or her field of study. And the second, they are going to assess the readiness for research and identify any gaps in knowledge and skills that need to be addressed before beginning the dissertation phase. Meaning, kahit first year pa lang kayo, the committee will assist you together with the program advisor. The reason why we already compose our advisory committee, even if you are already first year. You could in fact consult to them from time to time if there are still some concerns that you need to work on. For grading system, for grading system, Bugs follow the university grading system using number grades from 1.0 to 5.0, where 1.0 is the highest, 3.0 is the lowest passing grade, 5.0 is a failing grade. And 4.0 would mean that it is conditional and can only be given as a midterm grade. And an INC, if you see in your portal that you received an INC, that means that your grade in that specific subject is incomplete. Please take note that your faculty members can actually give you a grade of 2.7, 2.5, 2.0, 2.2, because some of the graduate students would wonder why is it that they received 2.0. That is allowed in our grading system in the university. That's why meron kasing meron siyang trend ngayon na lahat 1.0 ang grade. At saka nagugulat yung estudyante whenever the faculty would receive a grade of 2.7 or 2.5. That is in fact allowed, but as to how did you perform, or if you have clarifications pertaining to the grades, you have to directly communicate or clarify the matter to the faculty in charge, not to the office of the graduate school, because we are not the ones who taught the subject, but it should be coordinated with the one who taught the subject because they are the right person to answer your clarification. No? Halimbawa, binigyan ka ng 2.7 but you performed well naman in the class. So you could directly consult with the teacher or with the professor and then for you to be able to be clarified on that, okay? An incomplete grade obtained from previous semester must be completed within a year only. Again, may I repeat on this? If you received an INC, please take note of the time frame that you have to complete it within a year only. For example, if you received an INC within the semester, you are expected to comply it. Binigyan ka ngayon ng incomplete ay December 2025, then by December 2026, you must be able to have it completed already, or else the registrar, I think there is a collatilla here, the registrar will change or will convert it to a failing grade automatically, in the online registration system or in the portal. The passing grade in the graduate school is 3.0, but a graduate student has to maintain a GWA of 2.0 or better to be allowed to take the comprehensive examination. That's why upon applying for the written comprehensive examination, the registrar evaluates your records. If you think CAR ka na pero may isang subject pa pala na INC, in that case, you are not yet eligible to file for the written comprehensive examination because based on our policy, all subjects should have a grade. So if there is still an INC grade, that would disqualify you to apply for the written comprehensive examination. But please take note that you have to attain 2.0 or better for you to be able to allowed to take your comprehensive examination. This tests the student's competence in integrating knowledge in his or her major and minor fields and shall be based on all courses prescribed for the student. In written form for master's level and oral and written for the doctoral programs. That's why we have written comprehensive for the doctoral programs after passing the written comprehensive examination. After that, apply again for another process or another step, which is oral comprehensive examination. Before your advisory committee, including your dissertation advisor. But for masters, written lang. Written lang. The registrar certifies that the student obtained a GWA of 2.0 or better, and no student will be allowed to take compre if he or she has an incomplete grade in any courses or general and if you have a general weighted average of 2.0. Let's talk about thesis and dissertation. Let's say you are now done with your subjects, foundation courses, major courses, and including the cognates, and you would like to proceed now to your thesis. In fact, you can take thesis writing even if you have not completed yet the academic subjects, because in our policy, you can be allowed to enroll in thesis writing if you have already earned at least 12 units. If you think parang gusto mo nang simulan, naka 12 units ka na, pero parang medyo mabigat-bigat ang dissertation na gusto mong gawin, so you could already start working on that, but you have to enroll. You have to enroll thesis writing. After earning at least 12 units of coursework with graduate credit, the student may be allowed to enroll and work on his or her thesis or dissertation. And the student may enroll a fraction of the following, or as follows. For thesis, you could enroll 2-2, or meaning tatlong semesters yan, or 3-3, meaning dalawang semesters. And for doctoral programs, you could enroll 3 unit every semester. So in 4 semesters, if you want that the dissertation be taken in 4 semesters, then yung breakdown ng units mo ay 3, 3, 3. And if not, 4, 4, 4, which is equivalent to 12 units in all. A graduate student who registered all the prescribed units for thesis or dissertation and still unable to finish the thesis or dissertation can enroll in the succeeding semester or mid-year on residency, subject to the policy on maximum residency of the program. Meaning, halimbawa, enroll ka ng dissertation na naubos mo na ang 12, but meron ka pa namang residency, then you could enroll unit on residency. On residency. Meaning, mura yon compared to 3 units or 6 units. All students enrolled in thesis or dissertation shall report to their respective advisory committee for consultation. Thesis or dissertation topics should be in line with the student's field of specialization in accordance with the university, research and development trust and priorities of the university. But then again, you have to consult it again with your program advisor because the program advisor follows a program-specific research agenda. They can actually tailor it you can tailor it based on the program-specific research agenda in compliance with the CMO 15 series of 2019. After passing the comprehensive examination, the student who is ready with his or her thesis or dissertation proposal will be allowed to defend it before his or her advisory committee. Please take note, friends, that the one who will give you signal or approval whether your paper is already substantial enough for proposal defense is your, again, thesis or dissertation advisor. Without the go signal, hindi makita ng iyong thesis advisor na mature na ang paper mo. The advisor has actually the right not to recommend you to the graduate school or to the committee for a proposal defense. Why? There might be some competency that you still need to develop, or there are still portions in your manuscripts that still need to be improved on. Okay? May mga iba kasing nagugulat na lang yung mga advisor, may date na yung kanilang proposal defense. Magdi-defend na lang ngaya ako nitong ganitong date. But the advisor is not actually aware of the paper. Anong gagawin nitong estudyanteng ito? Hindi ko nga nabasa yung papel. Tapos ngayon meron nang naka-schedule na proposal defense. So you have to closely coordinate first with your thesis or dissertation advisor. If your advisor says, okay, we now proceed to the proposal, your paper is already mature, very substantial, now you are now ready for a proposal defense. Okay? Should the advisory committee suggests, or your panel suggests that there must be a language editor, then you may consider that one. Change in the composition of the advisory committee is also allowed, but under justifiable grounds and subject to the approval of the dean of the graduate school. But it has to be recommended by the program advisor, endorsed by the college secretary for approval of the dean of the graduate school. But there has to be a waiver or a communication from the parties, meaning yung papalitan at yung papalit, they agree each other doon sa communication na pumapayag sila. At baka mamaya ay hindi naman okay, so magkakaroon tayo ng problema doon. This is after you're done with your proposal defense. Please take note that you have to submit or you have to submit you have to submit to the advisory committee again, including your advisor, your revised proposal manuscript. So, meron na bagang mga comments after the thesis? Merong mga comments and suggestions yung advisory committee. Now, you have to check on that, revise it based on their comments, based on the merits, And this is now the issuance of the Dean of the Graduate School in accordance with the Office Memorandum number 149, series of 2024. strict observance of Section 11, Article 8 in the Graduate Program Manual of Operations of the BU Graduate School. There is a form that you have to fill out. Before po mag-data gather, ipakita muna sa panel at sa advisor yung revised proposal. So, that's a go signal na kung nag-okay na ang panel nyo, ang iyong advisor, then you may already proceed with the data gathering. Do not proceed with the data gathering without having your proposal manuscript approved by the graduate school. So these are the requirements. 2 copies of minutes of proposal, recommendation to conduct the study, comments and suggestions of the advisory committee in matrix, and copy of chapters 1 to 3, which is revised based on the comments and suggestions of your panel. Please take note that the minutes should be submitted to the office right after your defenses, because that's also our basis in paying the honorarium of your panelists. Nakakahiya naman sa panel. Hindi mababayaran kasi walang minutes of the defense. So please submit the minutes to the graduate school after the defense. Final examination. The purpose of the final examination is to pass judgment on research of the candidate, on the research of the candidate. The student may apply for final oral examination upon completion of his or her dissertation and in a form acceptable to his advisor who recommends the approval of the application for final examination. Once again, the same process with the final examination. Keep in touch with your dissertation or thesis advisor. Ititingnan mo na ni thesis advisor kung okay na, ready na ba ito for final examination. Okay? Then you schedule for the final examination and convene your advisory committee for this matter. Work in absentia is also allowed. The conduct of thesis or dissertation may be done in absentia with the approval of the advisory committee if his or her dissertation or thesis is reasonable to be conducted outside Bicol University. The student must be duly enrolled for thesis dissertation with the graduate school and must accomplish prescribed forms prior to the commencement of the work of Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I got disconnected again. May I share my screen? Hmm. Can you confirm, please? Can you see now my slide? All right, thank you. I guess I'm here on the last bullet. The graduate student working in absentia shall make periodic reports of his or her progress to his or her advisor, but then again, it has to be communicated with the advisory committee, and the program advisor. Final examination. Okay, let's assume that you are already done with your proposal, with your data gathering, and you're now going to submit yourself for final examination or final oral examination. There will be 3 ratings. First, to pass, which means all members of your advisory committee or panel approve the result of the final examination. You may also receive a rating of provisional pass if your panel or advisory committee agrees that there are minor revisions or there are only minor revisions to be accomplished or to be complied with. And letter C, redefense, which means that there are substantial revisions that you need to comply, and um, required by 3 out of 4 members of the advisory committee for masters and 4 out of 6 members of the advisory committee for doctoral. But this covers already, this covers already the advisor, including the advisor. Failure to pass the second examination would mean that you will be disqualified, in the program. Kahit na kayo ay nasa final stage na, please also take note that the panels can actually decide on the disqualification whether hindi mo kino-comply yung mga comments and suggestions or walang nangyayari or na-redefense. Ito kasing substantial revision, mabigat ito, meaning it might be you're not able to meet the standards of your advisory committee because you're not able to comply with all their comments and suggestions. So you have to keep in touch with them. That's why they are called advisory, because they provide you directions of your paper. These are the requirements for graduation. You can graduate in the program if you're able to comply or satisfy the following: completion of all academic courses towards the degree, passing the written oral comprehensive examination, which I have discussed a while ago, passing the final oral examination, submission of approved 3 bound copies of manuscript to the dean of the graduate school through your program advisor, and an electronic copy which will be submitted to the university library. I have highlighted here the copy of published journal article or juried creative work. Hindi pa siya siguro this is quite favorable as of the moment sa estudyante, because we are actually still finalizing the implementing guidelines for the publication requirement. Kaya siguro I encourage that while this is not yet officially issued, mag-graduate na ang mga estudyante, or else this is going to be quite another challenge before you can graduate in the program. Of course, payment of graduation and other fees and presentation of corresponding university clearance. Okay. May I remind you of the deadline? Though I have already reminded you of things that you have to comply with before your midterm examination, may I still give you a reminder on the things that you have to work on. First, the nomination of advisor, first semester of enrollment on or before midterm examination. For the qualifying examination for doctoral programs is still first term of enrollment or before the commencement of the second semester of residence. Plan of coursework, first semester of enrollment on or before midterm examination. Compre, I guess the announcement for the comprehensive examination is already posted on our official Facebook page at Bicol University Graduate School. Change of status from probationary to regular. Thesis proposal after but for wala na naman ako. But for doctoral students, you have to be able to pass the written and oral comprehensive examinations. Final examination or the final defense and journal article before graduation. We will still deliberate on this matter, but as a matter of policy, it's there. But we do not limit the students na kahit na dahil wala pa ito, hindi pa namin na-deliberate, hindi pa na-finalize, we still encourage students to already look for prospective journals, of course, reputable journals na pwedeng mapublishan ng output, but the specifications of which will be specified in the implementing guidelines to be issued by the university. And may I also inform you that we have our official Facebook page. You can search Bicol University Graduate School. That is our official Facebook page. And meron tayo mga featured items. You could see our BUG student resources or open access drive. You could see all forms here relative to your application for defense, application for written comprehensive examination, the curricula, and so on and so forth. May I also inform you that we have specific contacts. Ang iba kasi ay pag nag-i-email, lahat itong opisina ay ini-email. So lahat kami dito ay parang hindi namin alam kung na-action na ba ito o mag-a-action si BUG Secretary, mag-a-action ng Office of the Dean. Eh yun pala ay na-resolve na. So we recommend please, we advise please to the students to only direct your concerns to a specific office. If your concern is about transactions or generic transaction in the graduate school, you may use the email of the dean. Ano? If your concern is about your application for admission, send an email to this domain. For thesis concerns, ito, i-save nyo ito because madalas nyo gagamitin itong thesis and dissertation. Apologies once again. Medyo mahina ata ang ating bandwidth. All right. As I was saying, if your concerns are relative to student progress, evaluation of your records, you can message me through this email. For records and enrollment concerns, the registrar. You could also send us a message at our official Facebook page. This is the link where you can send a message. And let's also maximize our website. All details which I have also mentioned here are also posted in the official Facebook page, official website of the graduate school. We have also posted the schedules for the conduct of the written comprehensive examinations for first sem. You can just click this link for the schedule. We update that from time to time. The application form is also posted, and the guidelines for the conduct of the written comprehensive and oral comprehensive examinations are likewise posted. For the Turnitin, those who would like to have their outputs, particularly those who are done already with their final defense, you may submit your outputs through this email. We have an in charge to that. We will scan your output and we will inform you of the result of your of the manuscript, of your proposal manuscript or final defense manuscript. But for those students who wish to have an access to this, we would like to refer you to your program advisor or to the faculty in charge because we have given them access to the Turnitin. They're just going to make a class and then have you enrolled in their specific subject. But for manuscripts like proposal manuscripts that would require, similarity ratings, you can submit it here in the plagiarism checker email, which we have just created in collaboration with the ICTO. I think that would be all. Thank you very much. Yeah. I guess we proceed now, Ma'am Kyla, to the question and answer. Hope this is I'm able to give you clarifications pertaining to your to the policies ano in the graduate school. Thank you so much.
All right, so thank you so much, Dr. Dan Cabiles, for enlightening us about the BOG's academic policy. So this time, we are now already in the open forum session wherein everyone is welcome to ask questions, or if you have concerns or clarifications regarding the agenda that we had for this morning, especially on the academic policies, you may already raise your concerns. You may either message us in the chat box or you may raise your hand and then you wait for the moderator to acknowledge you before you raise your concern, clarification, or anything that you would like to say regarding the academic policies that were discussed this morning. Okay, so while we are waiting for anyone who would like to raise his or her concern, let me just reiterate to you our finished agenda for this morning. So we already had the introduction of the graduate school and its programs, and then the presentations of the deans and directors that were presented to us by Dr. Jane Mascarenhas. And then the deans and directors were able to present already the respective program advisors. And then earlier this morning, Dr. Dan Cabiles was able to comprehensively discuss to us the academic policies. Okay, so maybe we have a question to raise before we have our lunch break for this morning. I will be waiting for you to message here in the chat box, or maybe you can just raise your hand.
Yeah, Kyla, I think there is already a question. The question is it possible to change the title submitted in the concept note? Yeah, you can change the title in the concept note. But you have to coordinate with your thesis advisor, but it doesn't need to be approved once more by the Office of the Dean kasi meron na kayong advisor. So what you are going to do now is just to uh, uh, consult your thesis advisor relative to that. For example, if your paper, if the concept note that you have submitted is about writing and now you're changing it to let's say speaking, then that is allowed. But there must be a consultation or a discussion with your advisor regarding that. Okay? But you don't need to change an advisor, unless na medyo malayo na yung content ng advisor doon sa gagawin mong paper, then that's time that we can change the advisor. But if the advisor is still in line with that expertise, then you can just have it discussed with your advisor. Another question, will I be able to take the compre exam without taking the foreign language? Yeah, you can, but you cannot have your proposal defense without that.
Okay, sir, we have another question here in the chat box from Sir Jervin Antivola. Hello, I'm Jervin from Malit. In relation to the policies of the Bicol University Graduate School, may I respectfully inquire if there is an official list, of accredited or recognized journals, whether by BU Graduate School itself or by CHED, where graduate students are encouraged or required to publish their research outputs.
Come again, please, Kyla. Sorry.
Okay, so the question goes like, the student is asking if there is an official list of accredited or recognized journals, whether by BU Graduate School itself or by CHED, where graduate students are encouraged or required to publish their research outputs.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. That's Jervin, right, from Malit. We are still in deliberation regarding this, Sir Jervin, as mentioned a while ago, that we're not yet requiring the students with the publication requirement because we will set the matter in accordance with the CMO 15 because the requirements, yung qualification ng journal is already the qualification of the journal is already specified in the may sound ba dear? Ano? Sorry. In the CMO 15 series of 2019. And we will take off from there when we make our implementing guidelines relative to this. After that, we will be able to give you already the lists of reputable journals where you can publish your papers. And so, this will be clearly stated naman doon sa implementing guidelines. But for now, wala pa siya, kasi yun nga, we are still in constant discussion regarding this. Also trying to look into the practices of other institutions, how we're going to take off from for this specific requirement or graduation requirement of a graduate student.
Okay, another question po, Sir Dan. Thank you for that. This is from MA Math Ed from Sir Renato Belga Jr. regarding on the requirements implemented by BOGs, like for example, the concept note. Are we required to do handwritten or is it okay to print our answers?
You can actually do both. You can either have it printed. You could download a soft copy of a concept note and type your answers to it. And you can also do the handwriting, and then submit it to the graduate schools for as long as it is approved by your program advisor or you have already consulted it with your program advisor.
Okay po. Another query from a student of Malit po from Sir Joji Basaliote. May I or we know the guidelines or the process for journal publication?
Yeah, I think I mentioned it already a while ago that we are still polishing the specific guidelines or implementing guidelines for the publication requirement. That's why hindi pa namin siya ino-officially require yung publication requirement. But we will sooner or later, malapit na ito. Masyadong excited ang mga estudyante sa publication. Sooner, we will be issuing the publication implementing guidelines and all the specifications like the question of Mr. Antivola a while ago as to what publication journal are we going to select for the publication of their outputs or creative works. It will all be considered in the implementing guidelines that the office will create.
Okay po, sir. So this one I think is quite connected to the previous questions from Ma'am Karen Riñas. Do we have certified editors in the university? Because it is oftentimes needed before the paper will be accepted for publication.
Yes, we have Madam Karen. We actually we have our group chat already with the editors, and usually we're referring to language editors and after having the final oral examination, we require the students to submit a certification that the manuscript has already been edited by a language experts, and we have recognized language experts already. We have a record of full of faculty members who really have degrees, like, for example, those who are graduates of MA in English education or PhD in English studies are qualified to be an editor of the paper because we also need to standardize because this also affects the credibility and the of course the content of the manuscript of the student. So we have that, Ma'am Karen.
All right po, sir. And then I hope that all the queries that were raised here were really answered by Doc Dan. All right. So please just keep the questions coming if you have clarifications.
Hello. Can you hear us? Hello, sorry. We got disconnected again.
Yes po. Okay. So yes, we apologize for the disconnection. Anyway, going back to the question of Miss Katrina Basilia, could you please enlighten me on what cognates are in the plan of coursework?
Yeah, the cognates will have to be decided by the advisory committee. So for you to be able to know your cognate, keep in touch with your program advisor first because there is a prescribed curriculum to follow, and you will have to consult at the same time the advisory committee on what specific cognate are you going to take.
All right. And then another question, sir, from Ma'am Karina Orden. Sir Dan, could you please clarify that Box is providing new course number for the subjects and that existing or old students can enroll in the subject using this new course number? Additionally, the subject will be credited to the old students once the program chair certifies that the new subject is equivalent to the old subject.
Yeah, this is, I think, Ma'am Karina, this is our internal mechanism to help the student and at the same time to establish a cost effectiveness measure, because if not, we will be forced to open another section uh, for that specific subject. Yeah, internally, um, we will be allowing for the crediting of units, taken by the student under the new curriculum or under the revised curriculum as long as um, there is 80% or 80 to 100% relativity of the competency reflected in both the old and revised curriculum. But there is a form, Madam Karina, there is a form at the registrar's office that we just need to accomplish and fill out and testify that indeed these subjects taken by these students are equivalent, the old and the revised curriculum. But for example, I think I am encountering subjects like selected topics selected topics in biology for teachers, and in the old curriculum, selected topics in biology. But the nomenclature was just the change in the nomenclature was just the variable teacher. So definitely, when I look into the course description, pareho lang naman sila. So we merged the students, those who are enrolled in the old curriculum and revised curriculum. So we can just request the students to request for that form at the registrar's office so that it could be that there is a legitimacy of the um, unit equivalency taken by the student.
Thank you for that, Sir Don. Another query from our Facebook Live from Ma'am Maxi R. Balaguer. Good noon. what master program for a graduate of audiovisual communication? So she's asking what could be the, I think, what could be the right master program for a graduate of audiovisual communication?
A graduate of audiovisual communication, the right person and the right person to evaluate whether the student is qualified or not is the admission committee. You can submit your application, but um the merit whether you are qualified or not in the program you have applied for will be coming from the admission committee.
Another question po, sir, from MA Soxted program. Gusto ko lang po sana itanong, what is the best thing to do if I wasn't able to enroll in statistics? One, the last subject for my car. What should I do po?
Well, you cannot take the comprehensive examination without completing all the courseworks. You will have to wait for another semester so that you could take the research methods or the statistics rather. So that's the least thing you can do. Wait for another semester and then enroll that statistics for you to be allowed to proceed to another step, which is the comprehensive examination.
All right, sir. Another question from Sir Don Angelo. Good morning po. If so happen po na may 5 o 5 sa grade, hindi po ba pwedeng mag-take ng compre? Or i-re-enroll na lang po niya yon? Then if napasa na niya yung subject, he or she will be able to continue na po.
The requirement is that pasado ang subject na iyon. Ah, hindi ka naman pwedeng mag-proceed sa compre if bagsak sa subject na yon. So you have to enroll that subject and please also take note that you have to attain at least 2.0 GWA. So pag dalawang beses mo siya in-enroll, dalawang beses yung i-compute para sa iyong comprehensive examination requirement, which is 2.0. So if it's failed, hello, can you hear us? Sorry. Yeah, they can hear me. Yeah, sorry. So if nag-fail ka doon, meaning hindi mo pa na-meet ang requirements, so you have to re-enroll that subject. But the manner on how your GWA will be computed is that pati yung 5.0 isasama siya sa pag-compute. So please take note of that.
All right, so thank you for that, Sir Don. Another question here. Good day, sir, from Miss Jessica Flores. How will the graduate student be notified if his or her nominated advisor was approved? It is because the sample communication presented a while ago was for the advisor's information.
For a while, I'm sorry. I come again, please.
The question goes like, it has something to do with a graduate student regarding the notification from his or her nominated advisor. So the question is, how will the graduate student be notified if his or her nominated advisor was approved? It is because the sample communication presented a while ago was for the advisor's information.
We email the thesis and dissertation concerns email takes charge of this. If you have not received yet your approved advisor, you have to follow up at the thesis and dissertation concerns email as to the progress of your application. Yung request for advisor is actually that is for the student and yung designation yun yung para sa faculty. But the moment that your request for advisor is already approved, yun na yung gagawa namin ng designation. So you just have to closely coordinate. Please also check your email po at baka nasa spam By the way, we recommend please that all students use their BU email. Do not use your DepEd emails or any agency email because we may not be able to receive that. Ano? Because minsan may mga cases na hindi nababasa yung email because you're using a different domain. So we recommend that you use the BU email, please.
All right, sir. So another question that has something to do with the thesis concept note. If the thesis concept note that we submitted during the paper screening can still be changed po, or if it has to stay the same.
Yeah, I think I have answered that already a while ago. It can, but in consultation with your program advisor, or if not, the advisor. Okay?
Another question po, sir, from this one. Let me see first. From Ma'am Rupi Liza Kapate. Mapagpalang araw po sa lahat, Dr. Dan. Is it possible ba daw po na i-enroll ang 12-unit dissertation in one SEM? Salamat po.
That's allowed, Ma'am Ruby, pero mahal yan. Kaya ang reason natin ay chunk natin siya para makatipid ang estudyante. And if you enroll the 12 units, it would mean that you are going to have your proposal and final defense on that specific semester. So I recommend that you should not do that, ha? Okay.
Okay po, sir. So this one, another question from Dr. Ivo. Should English editors and certifying statisticians be coming from the pool of experts of Bicol University only?
Yeah, we recommend, Madam Ibo, that it should really be coming from our pool of experts because they are oriented of our format. We have our group chat already, and we have given them already the format and directives on what are the portions of the paper that they have to look into because pag sa labas kasi yung editor, pag pumapasok dito sa opisina yung editor at yung paper, though we're not questioning the competence of outside editors, pagdating sa formatting, iba. That's why binabalik yung papel because hindi compliant doon sa required format ng graduate school. So we recommend that we maximize our pool of experts here in the university at meron lang naman po. Thank you.
All right. So another question that requests for confirmation, Doc Dan. Good morning po. Should I need to finish the required subjects in my course program before taking comprehensive examinations po? Right? Thank you.
Yeah, that's correct. Grades, all subjects should have a grade with no INC. Or if you obtained INC grade, that INC must have been given a grade for you to be allowed to proceed with your written comprehensive examination.
All right, so thank you for that, Doc Dan. By the way, we are going to accommodate last two questions po, so that we can already have our lunch break. But don't worry because in the afternoon, we will still be having the open forum, right? So maybe you can raise there your questions in the afternoon, okay? Because time check, it's already 12:12 in the afternoon, okay? So second to the last question, I am enrolled po sa two subjects in Cognate. Got into accident po last August 11 and still recovering from and can't attend classes due to knee injury and for operation po. Can I transfer po for Open University or should I file LOA?
Sa Lidman na siya
Sorry.
ulit ba?
Sorry. May we request please to please mute the microphone. Thank you. I think the case is that enrolled already. Who is that? Sorry. Enrolled already in the cognate
Di ba
courses in
nagda-draft
the
ka? Saan?
sorry, may we request is that the student is enrolled already in the cognate courses and plans to transfer to Open University. We have also an existing policy in the distance education modality to follow. If your case is that you are just still starting, like mga siguro 3 or 4, maybe siguro depende sa sa appreciation din ito ng Open University. You also consult with Dr. Balilo regarding this. If kakonti pa yung subjects na na-take mo sa residential at hindi ka pa pag-graduate, in that case, pwede ka pang makatransfer sa Open University because majority of the subjects for you to be declared a graduate of an OU should be taken in OU. Ano? And if you wish to graduate in the residential, majority of which should be taken in the residential. But you can cross-enroll, cross-enroll through Open University, subject to the approval of the dean of the graduate school and endorsement of the program advisor and the dean of Open University. No, you can do that. But to change residency, it would mean a different thing. But for cross-enroll, mas okay siya.
Okay, last question po, Doc Dan. I have enrolled on the scheduled date for my program po, and the assessed subjects on my COR do not have any conflicts. However, in my student portal, I was enrolled to a different professor and the two subjects which I will take at the same time. So I applied for change of subject as per recommended by the registrar. However, the previous subject I was enrolled in, which has the same time with the other subject I am taking is still in my BU portal. My question po is, will I have a failing grade on that subject po ba? And am I required to evaluate the prof on that subject po?
I recommend, what's the name? Sorry. You have to coordinate with the registrar regarding that because if you are not actually enrolled in that subject, then that should not be tagged in your portal. The subjects where you are enrolled in should only be the ones reflected in your portal, or else it would mean baka ma-drop ka dyan or baka ma-incomplete ka sa subject niya. Okay? So, you have to coordinate with our registrar regarding that para baka may glitch lang sa system or something, like you have to settle it with your program advisor or the registrar. The best person is the registrar and to consult regarding this matter.
All right, so thank you very much, Doc Dan, for enlightening us about the queries that were raised for this morning. So like what I said earlier, we are already done with the last two questions, and maybe we can just proceed with the open forum once again this afternoon. Okay, so maybe we can have already our lunch break. Time check, it's 12:16, and hopefully we can all be back at exactly 1 p.m., right, Doc Dan? Okay, so ayan po. So let's now have our lunch break and we'll see you again. We'll see each other again later at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.
back, relax, and let us venture together in this journey in learning the things that really would help us in our academic journey in the graduate school. So time check, it's already 12:58 in the afternoon. In 2 minutes, we will begin. Thank you. All right, so it's already 1 in the afternoon. Just in case your friends or colleagues are not yet here with us in the Zoom conference, please do message them to join again in our Zoom conference because we are already starting. All right. So of course, let us no longer prolong the agony, but we proceed already for this afternoon's agenda. In today's world, it is important that we embrace equality, respect, and inclusivity in all aspects of life, especially within our academic community. Gender sensitivity allows us to understand, value, and respect the differences that make each of us unique. Of course, to lead us in this meaningful orientation, let us all welcome the Bicol University Graduate School Gender and Development Coordinator, Dr. Emily M. Agonos. Let us give her a resounding virtual applause.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Kayla, for that introduction. So as mentioned, I am tasked to present or share with you about gender sensitivity orientation. But being the new coordinator for gender and development in the graduate school, and given the limited time for us to cover all about gender sensitivity, I will just be focusing my talk about the gender and development initiatives of the Bicol University and the different host colleges. You can see here that Bicol University, as a state university in the Philippines, is already integrating gender equality, or one of its 17 SDGs, particularly SDG 5, which is about gender equality. And we are aware that there are different gender and development or GAD mandates that we need to comply with, and that include Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against women, also the Beijing Platform of Action, and we're also familiar with the Magna Carta of Women, as well as the different joint circulars issued by government agencies such as the Philippine Commission on Women, or PCW, NED, and DBM, especially regarding the guidelines for annual planning and budgeting. We also have to be compliant with the CHED Memorandum Order Number 1, Series of 2015, particularly on the policies and guidelines on GAD within CHED and higher education institutions. And we are also familiar with the issuance from the Civil Service Commission about the administrative disciplinary rules on sexual harassment cases. Likewise, there are also a lot of legal mandates, including the CMO 2015-01 about the creation of the GAD focal point system and the focal committee in the university. And as regards the Magna Carta,
Recording in progress.
we have the Declaration of Policy of the Philippines, MCW, and also different memorandum circulars that includes the National Women's Month celebration and the need for us to submit GAD plan and budget on a yearly basis. And we also have to be guided by the Philippine Plan for Gender Responsive Development that will cover this year, that started already way back in the 1995, and different presidential proclamations, and most especially RA 7877, which is referring to the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act. And also we have to be familiar with the BU Center for Gender and Development Strategic Framework and Agenda as approved by the BOR. For sure, everyone is aware of the vision of the Bicol University, and there is a perspective on how that particular vision will be anchored on gender and development perspective. So if I may read, the GAD perspective of the BIO vision is a gender-responsive university that produces leaders and change agents for social change and development. And I would like you to visit the official website of the Bicol University at bicol-u.edu.ph, and there is a quick link for that that will lead you to the gender and development. And you can read a lot of relevant information about the GAD undertakings and efforts of the university. Just to share with you the GAD goals of the university. May I be excused first?
All right, so while we are waiting for Dr. Agonas to be back once again, I hope that we are all seated well enough in our respective seats as we take note of the keynotes that we need to really ponder on and then, of course, live in our daily lives. So here is it again. Dr. Agonas, you may now have the floor once again.
Yes, thank you so much for that. And going back, we have to remember that there are also goals for gender and development as far as the Bicol University is concerned. And one is for us to mainstream gender equality principles and perspectives in instruction, student services, research, and extension. And also to develop and implement plans, programs, and activities that will advance gender equality in the university. For information of everyone, we already integrated a particular checklist for us to make sure that the syllabus, for example, is already gender responsive. So we have started with that. And likewise, the research and extension units or divisions are also mandating all the faculty members, for example, to make sure that they will have to make use of an assessment tools to be able to ensure that there will be God integration. I am referring to particular assessment tools such as the HGDG as well as the PIME. So, for example, I cannot recall the acronym, but it's about the harmonization of gender and development issues in all our research and extension undertakings, not just prior to the implementation, but rather during and after an implementation of our research and extension activities. And not only that, we have to make sure that we conduct capacity development to promote God sensitivity and awareness. And likewise, it's important for us to establish partnerships and foster cooperation with other stakeholders, be it internal or external. And these are the agenda for God in the university. One is about capability building that would include a lot of training for both the faculty, the students, and the support staff, particularly in the graduate school, and of course, in your respective colleges. And as mentioned, there should be God components in instruction, student services, research, and extension. And normally, there are the so-called celebratory events that are being organized by the CGAD, and we have to make sure that we will be part of it. And it's about disseminating information in relation to God. We also have some advocacies, and we generate data from all these stakeholders. And you will know that there are also policy initiatives about God, about gender and development actions. So you can see on this slide that it's God to know that we have to be aware about gender issues and concerns. Now, what is gender? We usually hear the term, as opposed to the term sex, which we refer to the biological and physical characteristics of a woman and a man. Gender refers to socially constructed roles and behaviors based on assigned sex at birth. And it is also tied to power, privilege, and oppression. Just an example, most of us were able to at least hear the terms gender binary, gender expression, or gender identity. Let's try to at least get the concept on how these terms differ. Gender binary refers to the false assumption that there are only two natural, immutable, and opposed genders, meaning a man and a woman. But when we speak about gender expression, it is one's outward expression of gender through cultural forms, such as the way one talks, act, or through the artifacts and other symbols. And gender identity now refers to one's internal understanding of their own gender. And we know that gender is everywhere, be it in physical spaces, in social activities that we participate in, the way we choose our career, parenting roles that we observe, spending habits, and even sports and recreation. We know that there are also, for example, we know that there are issues regarding how we use restrooms. And sometimes we experience confusion on how to address a person because of his or her gender identity. And there are several issues as regards to gender. Sharing with you an example or the different gender identities. Going back, when we talk about gender, it is the state of being a male or a female, typically regarding to social constructs rather than physical attributes, which we refer to as sex. Now, cisgender now refers to someone who identifies with the gender they were assigned at birth, be it a woman or a man. If we consider someone to be gender fluid, it refers to someone whose gender identity changes over time from one end of the spectrum. While if it is transgender, it is someone who does not identify with the gender they were assigned at birth. Now, another term that we encounter is non-binary. This refers now to someone who does not identify as whether a male or a female. And finally, there is this term called gender queer. This is someone whose gender identity falls on the spectrum between a male and a female. Okay, but take note that this is just part of an orientation about gender sensitivity, and the details of those gender identities can be discussed in the so-called SOGSC. That is another topic that we can actually schedule for us to learn about it. SOGSC means social orientation, gender identity and expression, and social characteristics. We understand that we are diverse in terms of our perspectives about gender, but take note that diversity also has its advantages. For example, if we are diverse on how we see gender and development issues and concerns in the university, it will help us facilitate more creative and effective decision-making. It will also decrease the gender gap and other inequities, and it will somehow increase innovation while also lowering risks. Now, to continue, you can see here two terminologies on the screen. We have gender mainstreaming that will lead to gender equality. Most of us usually use these two terms interchangeably, but we have to be very clear that when we speak about gender equality, it is the overarching goal of women's and men's equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities, while gender mainstreaming refers to the strategy or means to achieve the goal of gender equality. This could mean integration of gender perspective into the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of all policies, programs, and activities in the university and in our respective colleges and programs. Going back to gender mainstreaming, gender mainstreaming implies more than just ensuring equal numbers of women and men in current initiatives or structures. It involves changing policies and institutions to actively promote gender equality. One strategy that we can adopt is, of course, as I have mentioned, partnership and collaboration with stakeholders. For example, internal stakeholder, I am referring to the student council that can actually extend support and assistance in terms of client-focused GOD-related activities. One is we can think about conducting GOD-related capability development program. But of course, before we can do that, because of the different knowledge that we know about God, it's important for us to at least start with training needs assessment so that we can be able to prioritize which particular topic can be discussed first over the other possible topics for God advocacy. And as mentioned, involvement in God research and extension programs, projects, and activities. Usually there are programs in the graduate school through its host colleges. They tend to involve their students in research and extension. And we have to encourage that to continue. And another is we have to make sure that we participate in students' activities through the initiative of the Graduate School Student Council. And another important strategy that we can adopt is the creation or formation of the Students' Alliance for Gender Equality, or SAGE. At Bicol University Graduate School, we still don't have that organization, but there is already a call from the Center for God for accreditation and reaccreditation of SAGE. And this is in compliance with Magna Carta of Women, which obliges all educational institutions to promote gender equality. This is also supported by the Safe Spaces Act, which mandates the creation of safe and inclusive environments free from gender-based discrimination and harassment, and also the different memo orders issued by CHED on gender mainstreaming, and most importantly, the GAD mandates of Bicol University, which highlight the importance of student participation in ensuring that our academic community remains an agent of social transformation grounded in equity and respect. And we already have the template for the Constitution and bylaws, and we have to make sure that we coordinate with the College Student Affairs Coordinator, Professor Adornado, and also the Office of Student Affairs and Services. Maybe we can consider this as one in the agenda during the General Assembly of the Student Council, or we can agree on setting a special meeting for this purpose. Let me share with you at least some advocacies for gender equality that we can consider as students. One is we encourage students to engage in policy advocacy for God, and also by understanding legislative process and actively participating in dialogues that can influence gender-related policies at different levels. And we can also tap the support of the administration by providing us the needed resources, mentorship, and platforms to voice the concerns of the students and for them to also propose some solutions to their issues as regards God. Now, to move forward, we are glad that the Dean and the Associate Dean of the Graduate School already provided us with a Gender and Development Office just in front of the cashier at the main campus of Legazpi. Please feel free to visit if you have some concerns related to gender and development, and let us try to at least address some of your concerns. And we expect that all of you will be able to participate and get involved in God efforts of the university, and most especially in the graduate school. If I may share with you the statement of the BUC God, let us continue to champion a gender fair and inclusive Bicol University, where every student is empowered to lead and contribute toward building a just and equitable society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agonas, for sharing with us the detailed discussion regarding the programs and the overview of the Office of the Gender and Development. So, of course, we move on to an equally important matter that we need to have for this afternoon. An important part of every student's journey goes beyond academics. It is the support, guidance, and services that help them grow and succeed holistically. This is where student services play a vital role, ensuring that learners are cared for, guided, and provided with opportunities for personal and professional development. So, to give us an overview of the student services offered by the university, let us now welcome the officer in charge of the Office of Student Affairs and Services, Professor Jaslyn T. Imperial. Let us give her a virtual round of applause.
A pleasant afternoon, everyone, to our Dean, Dr. Jane, to our okay. Can I turn off my to the faculty of the graduate school, to Secretary Sir Dan of BUGS, to the Student Affairs Services Coordinator, our partner at the Office of Student Affairs and Services, Ma'am Eda, and also the non-teaching staff of BUGS. A pleasant afternoon to everyone. Is my audio loud enough? Because I am inside the room of the College of Science. So I'm also having my class at the moment. So just in case the audio is quite low, please inform me so that I can make my voice louder. So this afternoon, I will be sharing with you the Office of Student Affairs is all about our services that both the graduate students and the undergraduate students can avail of. So we also know that not all of the students have an idea of the office and services and how we can actually help you in your journey into finishing your graduate studies. So the Office of Student Affairs and Services of Bicol University is in charge of the services and programs that are actually concerned with academic support. So the experiences of students to attain the holistic development. So the picture that you can see here, this is actually the building located at the back part of Bicol University near if you are familiar with the BUIPSR, or the Institute of Physical Education, Sports and Recreation, behind the sports center, after the bridge is the female dormitory, and you will see there the Bicol University Student Union Center, and that is where the Office of Student Affairs is. So our objectives, of course, are the following. So let's just have a run through of the objective of the Office of Student Affairs and Services. First, of course, is to ensure the balance between the rights of the university as an institution and your rights as students by promoting your well-being through informative activities designed to facilitate student adjustment to life in an academic setting. The next is to improve the quality of student affairs and services in the university by providing an environment which is generally supportive of students' welfare. Third is to promote your access to quality, relevant, efficient, and effective student affairs and services by providing opportunities for students to learn skills needed for optimum learning in the university. And of course, appreciative of the dynamics of humanity. Fourth, to support student development and welfare by helping you utilize your potential to the fullest in your pursuit of further education, even economic enterprise development, free expression of your religious orientation, and activities that would cater and provide equal opportunity to marginalized students, persons with disabilities, and indigenous solo parents, and others. So, and lastly, the Office of Student Affairs and Services will ensure that BU provides holistic approach for student affairs and services and comply with the minimum requirements of student affairs and services by establishing a more dynamic and person-oriented student welfare development and institutional student program services that respond to student needs and concerns. So the services under Office of Student Affairs and Services is mandated by CHED CMO9 series of 2013. So, of course, I am your acting dean, Ma'am Jazz Imperial from the College of Science, and I did not anymore show the org chart because later on I will be discussing the services from each major division. So the Office of Student Affairs and Services is under the Office of the President and the Vice President for Academic Affairs. So under the Dean of the Office of Student Affairs and Services, we have 3 directors for the 3 divisions. We have the Institutional Student Programs and Services Division, headed by Dr. Salvacion Villafuerte. We have the Student Welfare Services, headed by Dr. Analinda Marceliana. And we have the Student Development Services, headed by Prof. Christian Calieja. So we have 3 directors. Now, the org chart is not updated, but you will see that under the 3 directors are several other officers and several other mandated services. So I will give it to you one by one. So first, we have the first division, the Institutional Student Programs and Services Division. So the ISPSD provides the services and programs designed to respond proactively to the basic health, food, shelter, and safety concerns of students, including students with special needs and disabilities. These are programs and activities offered by the HEI to facilitate the delivery of essential services to the students. In other words, the ISPSD division, we are the ones who monitor the services provided to you by the UHS, that's the University Health Services, the security services. So if you have a complaint about or you wanna commend our security guards, you can inform the Office of Student Affairs and Services. If you have concerns under the University Health Services, you can also go to our office. We also monitor and evaluate the food services in addition to the sports development programs, the cultural programs, as well as the scholarship programs. So under the UISPSD or the University ISPS division, we have the scholarship and financial assistance. We also have the food services, the housing and residential services. I'm sure that some of our graduate students here are the female dormitory or the male dormitory that is actually located beside the student union centers. And then we have the multi-faith services. At the moment, we do not have yet a structure that lodges all the different religious groups, but we do have a list of university-based organizations to which our graduate students can actually join. So you can join our UBOs. We have different religious groups. You can just, again, visit us at the Office of Student Affairs and Services if you want to join this UBO that caters to different religious groups. All right. So we also have the Foreign and International Student Services. So in collaboration with the IRO office, headed by Ma'am Banj or Evangeline, we also cater and we help in taking care of the papers and the requirements of students who would like to, let's say, have an exchange student program in our partner institutions abroad. Okay. And then we have under the ISPSD, the sports development program. So although the graduate school has a different program for their sports development, you can, and the graduate school and open university does not be Olympics, maybe you can still join us and have a different, let's say, activities and programs for the sports development of graduate school students. Of course, we have to collaborate and work with your student council. And then last but not the least, the culture and the arts program. So yung itong mga services, so the different services, hindi ko na po siya iisa-isahin. I would just like to mention that for these are some pictures of the scholarship and financial aids that we have So we have here actually the different scholarship partners of Bicol University. Although for the graduate school, we only have a few that caters to the graduate students. The food services, of course, we check the services of our canteen. So for the graduate school, ang medyo malapit po sa inyo ay si Ongpin. Although if you will take a walk, we have here the food services catered by the College of Science and College of Nursing. And we also have now the food center, the food hub beside the library, and of course, inside the college, the Institute of PE. So meron na po doon mga food services that you can visit. Okay? For the scholarship, at the moment, the Office of Student Affairs and Services, we tag the DOST Strand Scholarship and of course the HRDP or the scholarship for BU personnel. So I heard that there will be a new scholarship. The Office of Student Affairs will be tagging students who will avail of the scholarship from actually now have scholarship from a private institution. If you want a Bicol University to actually acknowledge your particular scholarship, you can inform the Office of Student Affairs and Services so that the sponsor that you have, ma-record po namin at the Office of Student Affairs and Services. And then we have, for cultural groups, I was informed by the University Culture and the Arts Program Coordinator that graduate students can also join some of our cultural groups. For example, you would like to join the BU Choral, you just undergo the same audition. You can visit our Facebook page. We have a Facebook page for the BU Cultural Group, the Culture and the Arts Program. You can join a BU Cuerdas, Tanghalang Biuenyo, that's for the theater and arts. We have also the BU Magayon Dance Troupe, and of course, the marching band and majorette. Malay nyo, may gusto pa sa inyo mag-majorette kung may oras pa kayo. But anyway, you can try to join if you have free time any of our or some of our cultural groups. Of course, you need to audition for that. And then we have the next division headed by Dr. Anlinda Marsaliana. We have the Student Welfare Services Division, which provides the basic services and programs needed to ensure and promote the well-being of students. So these are basic services that are necessary to serve the well-being of students. So under the Student Welfare Services Division, we have the following. So we have the information and orientation services. We have the guidance and counseling services. We have the career and job placement services. So after you have graduated from the graduate school, if you still don't have a job, you can visit our office. The economic and enterprise development. If you have IGPs or income generating projects, you can also visit our office so that you can follow the proper protocol in conducting IGPs, especially for the student organization. And for kapag may mga ibebenta po kayo during activities like church, lanyards, whatever, you have to also report that to your college student affairs and services coordinator. All right. So we also have multi-faith services and this services for students with special needs and persons with disabilities. So I will just focus here on some services. For example, for the guidance and counseling, this will be and you can visit us at the office. We have the guidance and counseling office. All right. And then the last division also of the Office of Student Affairs and Services, ito po yung medyo marami pong services that can cater to the graduate school. The STS, or Student Development Services, provides services and programs designed for the exploration, enhancement, and development of the student's full potential for personal development, leadership, and social responsibility through various institutional and or student-initiated activities. So these are programs designed for the enhancement and deepening of leadership skills and social responsibility. Now, these are the services. So we have student activities, the organizations and activities of students. So yung graduate school po, other than your student council, the graduate student council, you can also create university-based organizations. You can also have, let's say, departmental organizations. You have to just visit our office and inquire as to the requirements. The submission for accreditation of the universities, I think will be starting this September already. So you have to, of course, come up with several requirements, like there must be at least 15 members. Of course, on the org name, you have to accomplish the form. You have to have a constitution and bylaws. And for all the other requirements, you will find out later on in the regulations. So leadership training, OSAS provides leadership training under SDS. We also have the University Student Council that directly reports to the SDS division. We have student discipline. We have the student publication and yearbook. Of course, for the university, we have the Universitarian. The graduate school has yet to come up with their own student publication. I think you had one before. Hopefully, this will be again buhayin ng ating mga writers in the graduate school. And then you can have your advisor and editor-in-chief. And then you can submit your publication to the Office of Student Affairs and Services. The student handbook development is also under SDS. At the moment, the student handbook has been revised, although at the finalization stage na po siya. And last but not the least is the social and community involvement programs. Now, these are some pictures of what I mentioned for the services under student development services. Sorry. So ito yung pinaka-importante. Out of all the services provided by SDS, ito po yung medyo hindi pa po na-master ng ating graduate school students. So I know that several graduate school students have off-campus activities. Maybe one of your subjects will provide or will give you a requirement to have field work or have a field, what do you call this? Field collection, or one of your subjects would like to require you to attend a convention that is outside of Bicol University, or maybe you will be a representative for an international convention or a contest. So any activity that is off campus, kahit po dyan lang sa labas ng 7-Eleven, sa labas na gate ng Bicol University, you must actually accomplish the following. For off-campus activities, my dear students, the form is available at the STM floor of the Student Union Center. Now, you have to write a letter to the president, or for conventions, seminars, workshops, there must be a formal invitation. An invitation, you still need to request permission to attend. You have to write your dean to the president for approval. And with that, you must also create approved activity proposal. If you have center in hotels, so if a certain subject, I remember before when I was taking a subject in graduate school, we were required to come up with a seminar we are the ones who's gonna invite speakers and all of that, and our venue will be outside of the university. That activity needs to accomplish all of this, all the requirements in the checklist being shown to you. You also have to be endorsed by your college crisis management committee. The members of the CCMC, of course, will be chosen and approved by your dean. That's Ma'am Jane. And also, of course, headed by the College Student Affairs and Services Coordinator, Ma'am Eda. So, marami pong members ito. May faculty, may, I think the ATOC team, but it depends on the appointment of our dean. So, kailangan po, your activity proposal approved must be endorsed by your CCMC. And an attachment to your requirements is your risk management plan and preventive measures. At this point po, may mga na-receive pa po kami ng mga risk management plan na masyado pang centered on COVID. Tandaan po natin na ngayon po ay face-to-face na po tayo. Minimum health requirements na po yung ilalagay nyo. With the risk management plan, kailangan po i-reiterate nyo doon yung mga gagawin nyo in cases of emergency. Sino po yung mga emergency contact numbers? Dapat po nakalagay po yun doon sa risk management plan nyo. Okay. Now, I already mentioned the other requirement, which is the invitation, and the program must also be attached to the requirements that you will submit to the Office of Student Affairs and Services. Even the letters to the LGU. Halimbawa, the graduate school council will conduct an outreach program or Christmas party or a Christmas outreach program or even other outcomes that your organization is planning to do. You have to write the barangay or the LGU, and you must present in your attached documents the letter na na-receive po na siya ng LGU. So, dapat may receipt, tapos may acknowledgement. And then kung approve ba nila na you are allowed to conduct your outreach program or activity in their barangay or in the LGU itself. And then, the list of participants must be there with their, of course, COR. So, ito po yung medyo kina-question po sa amin sa Office of Student Affairs and Services. Because nga, yung graduates natin, most of you are already na po tayo, most of you are married, some of you not have your parents with you anymore. But then po, as a requirement of CHED CMO 63, we have to comply with the jurat. So, sa ayaw man po natin, o sa kagustuhan, or whether you like it or you like it, sabi nga nila, we need to present a parental consent. Or in the case of yung married, pwede po yung inyong asawa ang mag-write na ng consent that you will attend an off-campus activity. But this is a requirement po, so kailangan po nating i-attach ang jurat. The forms, all forms pala are available in the website or the BU website. Excuse me, under the Office of Student Affairs and Services. You also need a health clearance from the University Health Services. Hindi po tayo pupunta lang ng basta-basta sa UHS. May travel po kami, pwede po magpa-medical note to write a request letter signed by your advisor or the faculty in charge of the subject, endorsed by your CSAC or CSAS, requesting for that you will be requesting for the services of the our health, that you are requesting for a health clearance from the UHS. So, kailangan po, may request letter din po kayo doon kasi isi-schedule po nila kayo na sabay-sabay na kayo pumunta, and then they will give you already a clearance na isahang report na lang din. Hindi na yung pa isa-isang med-cert. So, yun po yun. Signed by our UHS head, Dr. Sean. So, you also have the insurance coverage. The insurance kasi ay under what we have at the Office of Student Affairs and Services, ang covered po nito at the moment is yung undergrad. So with the graduate school, I will check with our SDS director, Ma'am Eda, sorry po, may I inquire na po ang graduate school sa presentation po ng SES, Ma'am Eda? Sorry, in-inquire talaga ano. If our CSAC is around, anyway, later on, just if kasi po, kaka-present lang po nung mga insurance providers natin last week and meron na pong nanalo. One of the presenters was chosen. The votes of our college student council chairpersons and our student affairs and services coordinators, meron na po tayong insurance provider. Although po, yung policy needs to be finalized pa. And then we have another requirement is the designation of the faculty that will accompany you in your work activity. So again, kahit po tayo ay mga adults na, if there will be no chaperone, there must be then that particular faculty must have a designation at order from the immediate head, from the dean, or if not the dean, then the vice president for academic affairs or their immediate head. Of course, ito po yung kailangan na naka-attach po doon the group or the faculty designated to accompany you must have a certificate of training for first aid or a basic life support certificate. So ito po, most colleges from the most of the colleges in the university provides already training for their faculty. If wala po kayo mahanap sa graduate school, if your affiliate faculty or some of the faculty that teaches in other colleges, maybe you can ask for their help, or if not, you can ask for the help. You can write a letter of request to the University Health Services if you request for the a nurse to accompany you. Pero subject to availability po na ang ating pong health service pong nurse ang i-request ninyo to accompany you your activity. And then you must also have a first aid kit. And for the mobility of students, kailangan po if you have to state there, if you're going to use the BU vehicle, you can actually request also for the use of the BU vehicle. We have a van, we have a coaster, and then but you need to again request for it, and then subject to availability as well. If you will be using a provider, let's say a bus, then the bus or the jeepney must present a kit of roadworthiness. So kailangan po ipapacheck nyo yung gagamitin yung transportation kung siya ay roadworthy and it must be certified. And of course, yung provision ng mga certificate of registration ng sasakyan, yung driver's license, these are some of the requirements that must be attached if ever the graduate students wants to conduct an off-campus activity. So medyo po at the moment, I would like to tell you na medyo konti po, very minimal ang nare-receive ng Office of Student and Services na mga request coming from the graduate school. So hopefully po, graduates and faculty who will require their students to perform off-campus or attend off-campus activities, na kailangan po with this requirement Management Committee. So meron pa po tayong UCMC because ano po tayo maximum requirement due diligence po ng may mangyari po, wag naman po sana, ay meron po tayong report sa CHED that we followed ordinance na state nila sa CMO. Okay po? Hopefully, the student leaders, the CSASC, and the faculty is now aware of this one and shall follow the requirement. So, ang maganda po nito, kung may off-campus pong requirement ang inyong subject sa klase, at the very beginning orientation, dapat po asikasuhin na yung mga papel, okay, ng off-campus activities. But except for the health clearance, kasi si health clearance po usually has a 1-month validity. So kung 1 month before po nyo i-avail yung health clearance from the time na magkakonak na kayo ng inyong activity. So hopefully po, i-follow na po ito ng graduate students natin, ng graduate school, the requirements needed for off-campus activities. And then another is, we have, eto na, there are several regulations and rules under the student conduct and discipline. The legal basis is our student handbook. I only chose some of the parts that is applicable to the graduate students, but all the rest po is actually applicable to all students of Bicol University, whether you're a graduate student or an undergraduate student. So first, students at all times must observe the laws of the land, the rules and regulations of Bicol University, and the standards of good society. Now, these are some of the general rules and regulation. So, this governs the conduct and discipline of our graduate students. Kahit po, let's say every Saturday lang kayo pumupunta dito, govern pa rin po kayo nitong general rules and regulations of our student handbook. So, ang magbabantay po sa inyo ay yung Office of Student Affairs and Services, the faculty, your co-students, the security guards maybe, and of course, any report can be submitted to the Office of Student Affairs and Services for proper action. Now, generally po, any student who commits any misbehavior in the university premises or even outside of the university, when you are acting in your own capacity as a representative of our university, you are subject to disciplinary action in accord with the schedule of sanctions set by this university. Una, our campus is a smoke-free university. So smoking is prohibited in the university premises. Ngayon po, pag may nakita kayo, ganito po kasi ang rule in Bicol University. Pwede nyo pong i-reprimand. You can tell an authority, a person of authority, na meron pong estudyante na naninigarilyo or meron pong faculty na naninigarilyo. Since it's prohibited in the university, reprimand is the first course. But if ayaw pa din, then for Office of Student Affairs to act on that, we have to receive a formal complaint. So, kailangan po written ang complaint, signed by the complainant. So there must be a name. Hindi po namin aaksyonan ang complaint kapag anonymous. So there must be a name, a signature, and the formal complaint in black and white. Yes, students are required to attend academic universities that are conducted within graduate school orientation is a required activity of the graduates. Dapat po nandito lahat ang ating graduate students and even the students of Open University na nakikinig sa orientation na ito. So that's part of your responsibility as the student of Bicol University. Another is, you should also, students of this university, you can participate in co-curricular activities, but subject to the following conditions. So halimbawa, I would like to invite you sa Biochela ng undergraduate. That's going to be, I think, on September 11. That's the freshman welcome party of the undergrad. It's going to be at the Bio ground. So if you are available, you can actually participate as graduate students. na rin ma-encourage yung mga undergrad na, oh, you know, there's masters o rin sila sa master's course ninyo. Okay. So we have, of course, you can attend, but you have to the classes that you are having. So you must have a formal excuse letter signed by organizers or even approved by the president. And your participation shall be your personal responsibility. Kung gusto nyong sumali ng Miss Bicolandia or whatever, and it will affect your attendance to your class, you must, of course, write a formal excuse letter to your professor, and then you are not excused from the requirements of your, kumbaga, subject to the approval of your of the faculty pa din siya. Hindi ibig sabihin may excuse letter kayo, ay excuse na po kayo. Okay? So, you need to be clear about this with your professors. Kasi baka nagpara-attend ka, naging title holder ka nga, hindi mo naman nakuha yung title mo sa MA at MS. Alright? So, another is, all posters. So, but ito po, medyo nakakaligtaan po ito ng ating mga, especially the council and then the departments with announcements. Pag maglalagay po kayo ng publication materials that's going to be posted in the vicinity of the school, in the walls, in the posts, you have boards where you can post. Naman po ito yung ipa-approve sa SISAC at DIN. Hindi lang po kayo basta pwedeng magdikit ng publication material ng area ng graduate school building or even in other colleges na wala pong nakatatak dyan na for post na. So kung poster doon ang bags inviting undergraduate students to attend a certain activity, and that post has no stamp that says it's approved for posting, pwede pong tanggalin yun ng kahit sino dito. Okay? Kahit po yung like the security guard or the faculty or the CSAS of managing that wall or that poster board. So, sana po maalala nyo to. You should remember that it must be approved by your CSAS or your dean, yung mga post po nyo. Even nga po, yung mga Facebook post nyo, although there is no written guideline for that yet, before posting po si student council, student organizations, departments, if you will be posting in your pages, and it will affect and it will cover the students of the graduate school, you also actually need to inform the dean and the CSAS through the CSAS of this posts, itong mga announcement nyo, even in Facebook. Kasi parang ito na yung counterpart nitong hard copy post natin. So yun lang kasi sa student handbook at the moment, only have the hard copy posters. Okay? Another is, no student, so already mentioned na to kanina, yung mga requirements I already listed it because no student may participate in an outside activity if you do not have an approval from your dean or endorsed by your college student affairs and test coordinator. So kahit anong sasalihan nyo po, you need to, even if it's curricular or co-curricular activity. Next we have ito po. We heard of organizations soliciting from sponsors, even the LGU and officials of the government. A student organization may use the name of the university for any activity, such as but not limited to sponsorship, but only upon prior approval in writing, again, by your college dean or even the OSAS dean or other concerned university official approval that you can actually request for, or you're requesting for sponsorship. Let's say you're asking for your activity a sponsorship from Globe, from Smart, or any other business organizations or business group, you have to also get the approval of your dean and or the OSAS dean if you are a university-based organization. All right. Another is, this is not included, you do not have a uniform, but when you are coming to class, you are always on your, you are not allowed to wear inappropriate attire. So what is considered as inappropriate? Supposedly po, hindi na kayo papapasukin ng guard. Okay, but sometimes the guard does not check or nakaligtaan, hindi kayo nakita kasi nag-CR yung guard or sa kabilang door kayo dumaan. But these clothes are considered as inappropriate and you cannot wear them during your class. Okay, number 1. Inappropriate attire are those that are contrary to the cultural acceptable attire, which includes, so meron tayo dito ha, culturally acceptable attire. O tayong gender affirming what do you call this? Gender affirming administrative order. So you can actually wear the attire that you want based on your gender identity. So accepted na po yun sa ating university. But still, you have to follow this. Yung inappropriate attire are those that are contrary to which includes but not limited to the following. Bawal po kayong pumasok ng naka-bareback, naka-midriff, naka-spaghetti strap, or naka-plunging neckline. At baka hindi na po makapagturo ang professor nyo niyan. And then, you cannot also wear your smiths, yung nighties nyo, yung pangtulog nyo. Hindi po pwedeng pumasok na I woke up this. Okay. At the moment, meron kasi tayong mga fashion trends. So ngayon po, medyo trending ang mga hanging attire. So actually po, bawal yon. Jacket na lang kayo over that. Init na init kayo. Haltered blouses are also not allowed, and plunging neckline, o diba? Naulit po ang low neckline with emphasis on the neckline. So pag lumalabas na po yung inyong mga cleavage, bawal na po yon. So kailangan po si guard natin ay maging aware of this and not allow the students to enter even the gate of Bicol University. Okay, kahit po sa gate, halimbawa nakalusot sa gate, yung guard po sa ating graduate school building must not allow students to enter when they're wearing this one. Also, bawal po yung naka-Japanese sandal at tsinelas or naka-beach slippers. So kahit pa po yan ay Havaianas or Crocs, basta po mukhang tsinelas po yan, tsinelas pa rin po yan at bawal po yan sa university. Bawal po ang sleeveless sa lalaki. O sabihin nyo mamaya niyan, may discrimination na pwede ang sleeveless sa babae. Anyway, this is at the moment what is stated in our student handbook na bawal po yung sleeveless shirt sa lalaki. Bawal din po yung low-rise jeans at yung shorts po ay bawal actually. Okay. Now, hindi rin to nag-a-apply sa inyo kasi wala rin po kayong PE uniform. Now we have, if you are wearing your civilian clothes, then you must always wear your ID, your validated ID cards. You should always wear this in the university, within the university premises. Lost ID card must be reported immediately. Or sa inyong sisas, sa kay Ma'am Prof. Eda, kailangan po ng endorsement niya, you need to also bring your affidavit of loss, and then you have to pay 75 pesos for the reprinting of your ID. Ngayon po, doon po kayo magpapa-ID sa second floor of the Student Union Center. Now, here are the schedules of the ID printing for the Graduate School and Open University. It will start on September 6 until November 29. O kamo naman dyan, magpa-ID naman kamo December. Okay. So, please remember, again, the schedule of printing for Graduate School University is on second floor, USDS office, BU Student Union Center building. Do not forget to bring your official receipt as proof of ID payment along with your certificate of registration. Okay po? Any questions? So magsa-start na po ito next Saturday. Ang atin pong ID printing for graduate school and open university. We have already extended the services and approved for the services of ours Saturday. Okay po? Then students should help keep the building, so avoid littering and also practice you eat at our food put writings on the comfort room doors, the walls, and the chairs. So any property of the university, wag pong babandalan. Okay? And of course, for funds. So for those graduate school students handling funds, bawal po, you have to, if you're entrusted with this, you have to report. You should come up with a financial report every after semester, which you need to submit along with your accomplishment report to your College Student Affairs and Services Coordinator. And then, of course, to the Dean. And then we have same, all funds of student organizations must actually be submitted or deposited to a reputable bank. Any representative here from the Graduate School Council? Meron po ba tayong representative from the Graduate Student Council? Anyone from the audience? Meron po ba tayo? All right, from
Hello
the
po, ma'am. Good
chat.
afternoon po.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, you are the
President of BUG Student Council po.
so Sir June is the president. All right. Do you have a bank book now for your funds?
Yes po, ma'am.
Wala pa.
Yung alin po, ma'am? Yung...
Meron na kayo. All right. So that's good. Do you have book for your funds in the Graduate School Council?
Yes po.
Ayan, ayan. So, need po yan ipa-update nyo and it's good that you have that with you. So, okay naman po. Dapat lahat ng kinokollect nyo ay automatically you deposit it to your bank.
Yes po.
For safekeeping. All right. So, thank you, Sir June. So, that's it. Very good for the graduate school. Meron po silang, nabuhay na po ulit ang ating Graduate School Council and they have their bank book with them. So, okay na po. Then we have, of course, ito po yung gusto ko i-reiterate, the dishonesty parameter or part of our dishonesty is defined in our book as the act of concealing, distorting truth, showing a lack of integrity or a character to defraud, cheat, deceive, or betray, and an intent to violate the truth. Now, in our student handbook at the moment, ng inyong faculty or even officers of the graduate school, subject po kayo sa disciplinary action. Now, serious dishonesty, less dishonesty, and simple dishonesty, I will not define them anymore. I would just like to reiterate that cheating in an exam, if you are caught by your professor, is considered as serious dishonesty. It falls under a dishonest act involving a medical university examination, or when you fake your BU admission, you're impersonating someone else. Kayo ang in the graduate school. That is considered a serious dishonesty, and cheating is under serious dishonesty. Even falsification of official documents and a dishonest act, fraud, that falls under serious dishonesty. Bakit ko po ito ni-reiterate? Because for the sanction, ito run through na lang kasi wala naman masyadong anong tawag dito? I believe that most of the graduate school students are adult enough to not be doing these offenses like bullying, carrying of firearms, creating a disorder or disturbance within the university, destroying any property of the university. Most of you do not commit this anymore, hopefully. But remember that bullying, ang first offense is just reprimand. For all of the others I mentioned, suspension po ang sanction doon. And for discourtesy to superior, sinagot-sagot mo yung professor mo, binastos niyo po yung professor mo, or even an official in the university, in the graduate school, like the registrar, the cashier, the guidance officer, the dean, the ASOC dean, the secretary, that's considered as discourtesy to superior. First offense is reprimand, but the second offense is already sanctioned for suspension, even dismissal. All right? For third offense nyo. Okay, now, other offenses, ito po yung minimension ko kanina, bakit ni-reiterate ko yung dishonesty? Because serious dishonesty, first offense in the reprinted version of our student handbook is suspension kaagad po or dismissal. Walang reprimand. Pag kayo po ay nahuli ni professor and si professor ay nag-decide to report you to the disciplinary committee, you will be sanctioned. Suspension of 1 month for simple dishonesty, suspension of 6 months, and 1 day for 1 year, if less serious. But for serious dishonesty, as you can see, the sanction in our student handbook is automatic dismissal from the program that you are taking. Okay. Tandaan po yan natin, ha? So, halimbawa sa compre exam ninyo, naisipan yung mag-cheat, wag po. Even in your major exams and minor exams in the university, that is considered as serious dishonesty. Please do not cheat. Kasi po, ang first offense ay dismissal, ang sanction. Alright. Next. Disgraceful and immoral conduct, kapag nahihuli din po kayo within the university, inside the rooms, first offense po is suspension of 1 week to 6 months, right? Now, drinking of alcoholic beverages, or if you come to class manifesting drunken behavior, bawal po yun. Ready. Falsification of official document. So, alimbawa po, mga resibo or any document, official document in the graduate school. If you falsify that, it's the same as your cheating. First offense din po ay dismissal. Tandaan po natin yan. Especially ang mga officers na mga nangangailangan ng mga documents or mga applicants or whatever, do not falsify any document of the Bicol University because the first offense is also dismissal. Gambling, pag nahuli kayong nagtotong eats, or the online gambling that's so famous now, sa phone ninyo, if during class you are caught by your professor gambling, using your phone, that is po also can be sanctioned with first offense reprimand or suspension. Kapag second offense na nahuli kayo ng professor nyo And third offense, of course, is dismissal. All right? Uh, uh, I don't know if you have offense pag nahuli po kayong nag-zing. All right? Video or photo voyeur po ay suspension of 6 months and 1 day to 1 year. Dito po pala pati, kasi very famous po ngayon, yung sharing po ng, halimbawa, one of your classmates shared a video of any of your classmates or anyone in the university, even a faculty. If you are caught with those photos or videos, you will be sanctioned. And kahit sino po na naka-receive no, na nag-share din po ng video or photo will also be subject to the same disciplinary action in the university. So kung sinare nyo po yan sa 10 friend nyo at yung 10 friend nyo ay nag-share din, lahat po sila na nag-share ay damay din po doon sa disciplinary action. And the first offense is suspension of 6 months and 1 day to 1 year. Alright? Plagiarism. Ngayon po, may mga bagong rules na po tayo dito. This is being, very strict po dito ang graduate school. But as to the sanction by the university based on the student handbook, first offense, or the credit of your work will be lost, your grade will be reduced, or other penalties depending on the extent of the act you have committed, of course, subject to the discretion of the investigating committee. So, yung mga sinusubmit niyo po sa requirements sa class, meron na pong way ang ating mga professors in the graduate school to check it for plagiarism. But as to AI, we will still wait for the final guidelines coming from the university po. Maybe in another orientation that will be given to you, or sa face-to-face orientation yun na lang po with your subject professors. Okay? Bawal din po ang possession of drugs in the university. You will be suspended for the first offense. And of course, sexual harassment. Suspension of not more than 30 calendar days. But take note po na sa sexual harassment, meron pong moral ascendancy. So if you have a professor for a trainer, actually harass po kayo, you can file a complaint in black and white. Again, it must you have to state the act, and then you have to submit it to your Affairs and Services Coordinator for proper action. Hindi po automatic muna papunta sa presidente or papunta po sa OSAS ang reklamo nyo. Lahat po ng reklamo nyo, lahat po ng isusumbong nyo must first be addressed to your College Student Affairs and Services Coordinator. So you have to address your complaint to the Professor Eda, and of course, to be reported to the Dean of the Graduate School. Okay, so yan po muna. Wag po diretso sa presidente, wag din po diretso sa OSA. Okay, stalking, yung mga may crush dito na in-stalk ang teacher, pwede po magreklamo si teacher, professor, pwede din po magreklamo si student against a kapwa student if someone in the class is stalking you. And of course, theft, kung kayo po ay nanakawan ng kaklase, you can also, of course, write a complaint against that student. And yung sinabi ko kanina na solicitation, if it's unauthorized, it's also an offense. Okay, that can be a sanction, is sanctioned by the university. Okay po? Now, as to the members, so halimbawa po, remember my dear students, it can only be acted upon by the university if irereklamo nyo po siya in writing. Okay po? Or, irereklamo nyo siya sa professor nyo, then the professor can put it in writing and submit it to the SISAS. Kailangan po talagang may mag-report. It does not need to be you directly na affected kung ayaw nyo kayo, but it can be someone who saw the act or the being done. Pwede po siya. Basta somebody must write and put it in writing. All right? So the members of the disciplinary committee of the graduate school is the CSAS, the student council, the department chair of the course, the student representative from the University Student Council, and the guidance counselor as a non-voting member. So the list of the college disciplinary committee is actually final and executory. But if the student, the complainant, or the respondent does not want the decision, pwede po kayong tribunal. So, kahit po final or executory na, what's this? Executory po yung sa college committee, disciplinary committee, you can elevate the case to the tribunal pag hindi po gusto yung kanilang desisyon. The members of the tribunal is the legal officer, the dean of OSAS as co-chairperson. Chairperson po si legal officer natin, that's Attorney Da. Then the department chair, again as member, the student council president or an authorized representative from the college where the subject is being taken, the chairperson of the USC, and again, the university guidance counselor as a non-voting member. Alright? So yun po, pag wala na po kayong ibang reklamo, pag na-finalize po sa disciplinary tribunal, yun na po ang magiging decision. Please run through na lang natin. You visit our office at the Student Union Center. Ito po yung building is the College of Arts and Letters. So nandun po yung College of Arts and Letters. Ito po yung mga offices. The Dean of OSAS is in the ground floor. The Scholarship and Financial Grants and Aid Officer on the floor. The Director of the Student Welfare Services at the ground floor. And the Jobs Placement Coordinator. But the Director of the SES, the ID printing, and the insurance, it's all at the second floor of the Student Union Center. Other facilities found in the OSAS office or in the SUC building is the Tindahan ni Isko. You can actually buy BU merchandise, doon mga shirts, yung mga sa ID lanyards, mga buttons, they have stickers, they have a lot, they have jackets. Ang dami na pong product natin doon sa Tindahan ni Isko that's located at the ground floor of the Student Union Center. So kung gusto nyo magsuot ng BU shirt, pwede po kayong pumunta doon to buy. And then we also have the Convergence Hub. If you have small meetings, you can request for the use. By the way, you can request for the use of OSAS facilities, of course, addressed to the Dean of OSAS, and then po, subject to the availability po, syempre, of the facility. So you can write to us and request for the use of all the things that we shown here. We have here, hindi po sa OSAS ito, hindi po namin ito, but we have the Philly Delhi DOST BUT. They have small conference rooms that can fit 10 students. So kung may mga small meetings kayo, you can avail of their conference rooms. Of course, may certain payment po sila. You can also study there. May mga food sila and coffee. And then you can avail of their internet. Pwede po kayo mag-aral, mag-meeting. Ang ganda po, very aesthetic po ang kanilang cafe. All right. So they have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4 conference rooms that can fit 10 students or officers. And then yung sa labas po nila ay mga table na cafe. As you can see in the picture, pwede po kayo doon kumain habang nagsa-study. And we have, if you have activities that requires practice, let's say for dancing, we also have at the SUC building a rehearsal room. Puro mirror po yun. So makikita nyo yung practice nyo sa sayaw. Again, you have to write and request for if you want to avail of the use of our rehearsal and activity room. And then we also have the Office of the University Culture and the Arts. We also have the Bulwagan Diueño. It can accommodate up to 500 students. We have monoblock chairs rather. We have tables. We have armchairs. Just write to us kung ano yung mga i-request nyo. It's just that the Bulwagan Diueño at the moment, masyadong malamig. Our aircon is under maintenance. But pag medyo konti naman yung attendees, okay naman yung ano niya, sure. And also we do not have at the moment, wala pa po kaming sound system. So we cannot provide you with that. So you can avail of the Bulwagang Diueño. But all the other amenities, kayo po ang mapaprovide lang po ni OSAS ay yung chairs, tables, and also the venue. Okay? And also we have the Innovation and Activity Hub. This is a room that can fit up to 80 students kung naka monoblock chair. Pero kung medyo may ganyan na table, itong nakikita nyo, mga up to 40 lang po. Workshops or seminars or meetings here at the Innovation and Activity Hub located at the second floor of Student Affairs and Services. And of course, we also have our University Student Residence Hall. So wala po itong bayad, pero po, magre-request din po kayo ng use nito. For our students na hindi po nakaka-uwi, like after attending an activity in the university, tapos kailangan umuwi, let's say in Cam Norte, Cam Sur, Catanduanes, at hindi na po sila makaka-uwi, if the residence hall, especially po sa mga performers natin, ng mga performers namin, we allow them to stay. Meron po itong comfort room sa loob and 8 beds po siya. So, 4 po na double deck. Meron, separate po yung sa female and then separate po yung sa male, both with their own comfort rooms inside. And it's air conditioned. So, again, subject to availability and upon request. Pero ang pinaka priority po dito natin ay yung mga taga-malayo na nag-attend ng activity na hindi na makaka-uwi and yung mga performers po natin and officers of student councils. Okay? And we have also the Sentro ng Wika at Kultura office. And we actually have a University Student Museum at the second floor of the Student Union Center. And offices, if you have concerns with the University Student Council, our school paper, the Universitarian, the NSTP office, kahit hindi po nyo kailangan sila. If you need kasi the services of the ROTC, kapag may event kayo, tapos may yung kailangan nyo yung services ng ROTC, you can visit the NSTP office kasi nandun po yung kanilang, nandun po si Sir Tati. And then, of course, we also have at the SUC, the Quality Assurance Office at the ground floor. So, yun lang po. And then, visit us. Thank you very much. If you have any questions po, you can raise them now.
All right, so thank you very much, Professor Jaslyn Imperial, for your detailed discussion regarding the services that's being offered by the Office of the Student Affairs and Services. So maybe a little later, if we have students who have queries or concerns, they may raise it during the open forum. Okay, so thank you so much, ma'am. So this time, we now proceed to our next agenda for this afternoon. Of course, education is not only about academic achievement, but also about personal growth, emotional well-being, and holistic development. Guidance services play a vital role in helping students navigate challenges, discover their potential, and make wise decisions throughout their academic journey. To share with us the guidance services of the Graduate School, let us warmly welcome the Bicol University Graduate School Guidance Coordinator, Dr. Maria Elena C. Ahoro. A round of applause, please. Ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon. I believe that I shared already the presentation with Dr. Roldan. If he could share it. Or
Yes po, ma'am. It's already sharing.
okay, thank you. Wala po yatang audio.
In a while po, ma'am. Wait.
Thank you.
Okay, so while we are addressing the technical difficulties right now, may I just remind our dear students that you have concerns regarding our afternoon agenda for today. You may raise it later during the open forum, just like what we did this morning. You may unmute your microphone, or you may just message us in the chat box here in the Zoom conference. Likewise, also to those who are watching or with us via Facebook Live, you may also comment there your concerns or clarifications, then we will be trying to address that one by one.
BU Graduate School Guidance Services. Guidance in the graduate school level is focused on the responsibility to create opportunities for personal growth and development among its student population through careful attention to ethical standards and professional development. Guidance endeavors to facilitate the conceptualization of a professional role for program graduates. It encourages students to develop attitudes, values, and beliefs that enhance their abilities to work with others in the helping process. Mission Statement. The BCall University Graduate School Guidance is committed to assist the students to become open to growth, become intellectually competent, socially conscious, and meaningfully aware of a sense of commitment to themselves and to their tasks. Objectives. To assist students make maximum use of his educational opportunity that will enable him to develop his potentials and become an effective member of the society. To help improve the ability of the students to understand self and environment so that he grows in self-direction towards the attainment of greater personal satisfaction and adjustment in the light of accepted social and moral values. Guidance services. First, values and creative management for organizational development. To address the needs of students on various self-development issues, the BCall University Graduate School Guidance recognizes this need among graduate students. Thus, it conducts discussion forums online together with the University Guidance Office. Second, Guidance Individual Inventory. The purpose of the Guidance Individual Inventory in graduate school is to systematically collect, organize, and analyze personal and academic information about each student. This inventory helps counselors and educators provide personalized support and guidance that addresses the specific needs and goals of graduate students. Third, counseling service. In graduate school, counseling services are offered in various forms to address the diverse needs of students. This is with the help of the program advisors and BUGS administration. These services are designed to support students' mental health, academic progress, and personal well-being. Here are the common forms in which counseling services are provided. Counseling services. Program planning. Helping students choose courses and create a study plan that aligns with their academic and career goals. Advising on research assisting students in selecting research topics, identifying appropriate methodologies, and navigating the thesis or dissertation process. Skill development, providing workshops or resources on advanced academic skills like writing, research, and critical thinking. personal counseling one-on-one sessions with a counselor to address personal issues such as stress, anxiety, depression, relationship challenges, and work-life balance. Fourth, testing program. Psychological tests are scheduled with the university psychometrician and conducted to various group or individual clientele as the need arises. Test results help clientele to develop a better understanding of himself through an objective assessment of his mental maturity, attitudes, achievement, interest, personal social adjustment, and special aptitude. Results of the tests are made available to the clientele for interpretation to assist them in discovering their potentials and overcoming their limitation. The types of tests administered are the following: intelligence test, achievement test, aptitude test, personality test, interest test, values test, personal, interpersonal, work. Fifth, placement service. Placement is ensuring that students are in the right place at the right time, helping them find a place that will contribute to their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Assist graduate students on the choice of field of specialization. This is with the assistance of the program advisors and BOGS administration. Unemployed graduate students on possible employment through participation in the annual job fair of the university, which will be resumed this school year. Sixth, research and development, integrating research and development as a guidance service in graduate school through the use of psychological inventories and tests is a strategic approach to enhancing students' personal and academic well-being. This service leverages the power of evidence-based assessments to provide personalized support and development opportunities for students. Psychological inventories that were conducted previous school year. 1. Well-being inventory. 2. Coping inventory of selected BUGS students. 3. A comparative assessment of the PIRMA well-being profile of the selected MA-ED students of BUGS. 4. Nurturing the nurturers of tomorrow. Unraveling Bueño Pre-Service Counselors' well-being as basis for a wellness program. University Guidance Counselors: Professor Maria Elena Ciajoro, RGC, Dr. Henny P. Lumibao, RGC Dr. Maribel M. Nas, RGC Dr. Linda B. Campopos, RGC Dr. Ana Linda G. Marcelana, RGC Dr. Rudia A. Roalos, RGC Professor Rosario C. Frick, RGC Professor Webana J. Gacos, RGC. For any inquiries, please contact us bugs-guidance@bicol-u.edu.ph or visit the Graduate School Guidance Office that is located at the mezzanine of the Dominador Aytona Building in the College of Education. And the University Guidance Office is located at ground floor, Student Union Center, SUC Building, Sitio Olag, Legazpi City, Albay. For more information on well-being or to reach out, please refer to this post. Remember, you're not alone. Seek help today for a better well-being. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That ends the presentation. If the students have questions, I will answer them if maybe in the open forum. Thank you.
Yes po, ma'am. Thank you po, Dr. Ahoro, for your prepared presentation regarding the guidance services that we offer to our graduate school students. So next, we proceed to our next agenda. Of course, in today's fast, ever-changing world, technology plays a vital role in advancing education, research, and innovation. Bicol University continues to strengthen its systems and services through the support of the Information and Communications Technology Office ensuring that learning and operations remain efficient, modern, and accessible. To walk us through the ICTO services available to the academic community, let us welcome the Director of the Bicol University Information and Communications Technology Office, Dr. Aris J. Ordonez. Let us give him a virtual round of applause. Sir?
Okay, thank you for that. Let me share my slides first. Okay, allow me to discuss the different services that the ICT office is offering. You might find the need for this later on during your stay in the university. Well, first and foremost, this is actually the mandate of the ICT office. Basically, the ICT office is a unit under the Office of the President with the following mandates. First and foremost, to plan, develop, and manage the IS of the university, which includes system analysis, programming, information system development related activities, web development, and maintenance to support university functions, followed by the management of the IT infrastructures of the university, including local area networks, wide area networks, connection to outside networks such as the internet, and then system administration. Also, to provide maintenance and support services related to hardware and then software and other IT concerns. Monitor, evaluate, and recommend appropriate actions based on the compliance to the policies, rules, and regulations related to the university, the national and global laws on IT, and coordinate with other institutions on IT, technology-related initiatives and concerns. So basically, the main function of the ICT office is to provide access to Bicol University stakeholders and access to technology. Allow me to discuss the different services that we offer. You might find some needs later on. First and foremost, of course, during your entry to the university, there's a need for you to have this method of communication. That's why we provide an official email to the students, of course, graduate students, and the personnel of the university. This will going to be our way of communicating with each other. With this kind of communication system, you will be able to provide you will be able to communicate with the other members of the university, from personnel, faculty members, and other students as well. You will also be using this to gain access over the online services of the university. Like in the case of the LMS, the Learning Management System, without an official email, you will not be able to access the learning management system of the university. That is a requirement. And that is your way of, that will serve as your login credential. And of course, the student portal, which you will be using to gain access over the information that you will be needing, like, how do you call this one? Your enrollment, payment, and other services provided by the university. You will be needing as well this official email of the university to gain access over the platform. In the case naman of the faculty members, they will also be using this email address to gain access over the faculty portal. And then, you might be wondering, what is this EduRoam? EduRoam is our way of allowing students to gain access over the Wi-Fi infrastructure of the university. It's not only intended to be used inside the university. With this kind of access, itong EduRoam, if you go to other schools or other countries with this kind of facility, you will be automatically connected to their Wi-Fi infrastructure. That's why it is a must that you try using this EduRoam and then try looking for the access credentials provided in your certificate of registration so that you will be registered to this service. Let me say that again. With this credential, if you go to, like, for example, UP Diliman or UP Los Baños, if they have this facility at the room, without asking them for access credential, you can readily gain access over the Wi-Fi infrastructure. And then those students also, kasi we have students na pinapadala namin abroad, if they, the moment they reach that country, and then yung mga eskwelahan, the education, academic institution that they will be visiting, if they have this kind of facility, they can gain access to the Wi-Fi infra readily without asking for access credentials. This is a roaming educational internet access. Okay? And also, the online journal. The online journal is our online platform that allows students or any other interested parties to gain access over the research outputs, publications of the university. This is a web application that the university provides, especially for the graduate students. Okay. Now, you might be wondering how to gain access over these platforms. Yung pinaka-landing page natin, I always say that you only need to know the web address of the official website of the university. Ito yung pinaka magiging main portal natin. If you happen to access the website of the university, you'll find there's some buttons that you can use, providing shortcut links to these services that I'm saying. Ito siya. IBU Student Portal, the Faculty Center, the BU LMS, eJournal, ICTO Services. Bids and Awards is something that na ginagamit ng mga sa procurement, pero it's still nandun din siya sa website ng Bicol University. If you'd like to access the platform intended for the students, then click on this IBU Student Portal. It is called IBU kasi we call this one IBU because we are trying to interconnect all the systems of the university, interconnected BU systems, IBU. So, it's still a project na tinatapos namin, pero although we were able to gain great progress in the development of the system, but the target is to interconnect all the systems of the university. We will be calling all the systems as IBU, from student application to faculty application to research, everything that you need para mapunta tayo sa status na tinatawag natin na like paperless na transactions and then interconnected online services, so on and so forth. This is going to be the total application interconnecting all the systems. Okay. For now, since it's still a work in progress, may kanya-kanya pang identity itong mga services natin, like separate for faculty center, separate for the learning management system. But eventually, upon finishing this project, this will all be called an IBU. Okay? So for now, if you need to gain access over your student services, try accessing IBU. And then for the faculty members of the university, you have the faculty center. Yung mga gumagamit ng learning management system as a way of improving the delivery and conduct of academic activities, online lessons. You can gain access over the learning management system by clicking on this link. And just like what I've said, for you to gain access over this platform, you only need the Bicol University email. Okay? Now, if you try to click IBU Student Portal, ito yung lalabas. You will be redirected to this page wherein you will be presented with some options on how to access the IBU or the student portal. We have a platform na pwede nyo install sa mobile phones nyo so that you can have a handy access over this platform, itong IBU natin. You can download the application from Google Play and then install it in your Android phones. Okay? Although, other students are asking kung paano siya ma-install sa iPhone. although we already have the system, ready naman siya for deployment, kaya lang we're still working on the necessary, ang tawag dito, certification, authority. Hindi pa kasi kami allowed kasi meron pa kaming kailangang ayusin with with Apple so that we'll be able to use this platform on iPhones. But the system is already ready for deployment. May mga kailangang ayusin, accreditation, something like that. And hopefully, this year magawa namin kasi the ICTO programmers are working on this kasi madami naman talaga ang naghahanap na din ng application ng IBU to be installed on their iPhones kasi marami na rin yung iPhone users sa university. Okay, pero right now, it's available already on Google Play. Ibig sabihin, you can install this in your Android phones. Now, you might be asking, paano yung mga naka-iPhone? Paano nila i-access yung student portal na to? That's why we also have this IBU Web. If you don't have a way of installing the application in your Android phones, you rather use the IBU Web wherein you can access the application via web browser, either in your phone, tablet, or laptops or desktops. Pwede yan. So, you just click on the icon yung nasa upper right, log into IBU Web, and you will be prompted to, you will be redirected to the web application covering or providing the same services. Kaya lang, instead of an Android application or Apple application, you will be using the service using web browser, providing a facility so that everybody can access the services being offered by this application. Okay. Now, like what I've said, just the same, for you to be able to access this one. By the way, yung kailangan nyo pala dito is the access credentials na naandun sa certificate of registration natin. But later on, ayusin namin to so that all access to university platform should be via official email of the university, the one provided for the students. So this is, ito yung sinasabi ko, the IBU student portal, you can access that one, download that one, and then install in your mobile phones, or just use any browser to access the services being offered by this application. Access credentials to the BU systems can be found in the student's certificate of registration, or your COR, na pwede nyo makuha right after enrollment. If you're duly enrolled and then made the necessary payments required by the university, then you can actually access this information in your certificate of registrations. Now, this is something for the faculty, members of the graduate schools, and maybe lahat ng faculty members ng university. This is the facility that they are using to gain access over the submission of grades at yung loads nila, the schedules and all. This will be the platform na ginagamit ng mga faculty. This is actually connected din dun sa systems ng students so that the grades that they submit through this platform are viewable on the platform of the students as well. And by the way, dito pala, sa IBU student portal, it is a requirement at the end of the semester na yung mga estudyante will be evaluating the faculty members, the faculty assigned to their specific courses na enroll. And you can do that with the use of this application. You can evaluate your faculty members, your teachers, your instructors via this platform, IBU student portal. Okay, in the case of the learning management system, take note, you don't have to input the username or password in trying to access this platform, yung learning management system. You only need to click yung Google button and use your BU email to access the learning management system. Click the Google button and log in using your BU email. That's the only thing that you need to access the learning management system. As long as your Chrome or your browser is currently nakalagin siya sa Google platform, then eventually and readily upon clicking this button, you will be redirected and you can gain access over the learning management system. Now, this is the Research and Development Journal, which I mentioned a while ago. You can access this one by visiting the BU website and then clicking on the online journal button. And nandito yung collection ng mga publications published by the BU researchers, and meron din from outside na nakakapasa sa evaluation and then screening ng publication, which are published also in the Bicol University or in the journal. So with this, maraming researchers kasi kailangan talagang magbasa ng mga publications for them to gain further knowledge and makatulong din dun sa mga current researches na ginagawa nila. So this is something that could help them, na wala namang bayad dyan, as long as alam mo lang yung link, you know how to access this one, and you will gain access over this, and then try browsing all the researches published by BU researchers. So marami, may collection tayo niyan. Yung mga submissions before, hindi siya natatanggal, it's still there na pwede nyo i-access. You can search by merely using some keywords like the name of the author or some part of the title, and pwede mo mahanap, or maybe some topics maybe present sa'yo in the form of abstract or in the whole of the publication, and pwede mong tingnan and basahin para makatulong din sa current research activity that you are actually using. Now, normally, makaka-encounter kayo ng problems while using the systems of the university. Like for example, yung typical na nagiging problema namin is yung iba hindi ma-access yung learning management system, nakakalimutan yung password ng email nila kasi sa dami-dami ng mini-maintain na email, nakakalimutan yung password, or maybe kailangan ng technical support on the use of the internet, or maybe kailangan ng connectivity on some part of the university. Then, may ginawa kaming platform, this one, so that even without going directly to the office or visiting the office personally para manghingi ng support, you can lodge your request via online means. So, ang gagawin nyo lang, dito pa din sa Bicol University website, just click on ICTO services. And you will be redirected to this page for the technical support that you will be needing. What's good with this kind of services na ino-offer namin is that upon lodging your request, mamomonitor nyo yan kasi you will be provided with some notification via email, and you can actually follow up. Halimbawa, hindi na-actionan for some reason, hindi na-actionan yan, you can make follow up kasi you will be provided with ticket number. May ticketing system siya so that yung submitted request mo, pwede mong i-follow up later on if hindi siya nabigyan ng action. Okay, you can track your request by just merely clicking that button and then providing the necessary ticket number, or you can chat with the assigned staff to handle your case. Kasi once na nilodge mo yan dyan, that will be assigned to somebody from the ICTO. And pag hindi nagagawa yan, you can directly communicate with that staff to follow up, to make some additional to give some additional information or additional request, maybe related to the current service request na hinihingi mo sa kanila. So, with this kind of application, kasi di ba malaki yung university natin, hindi naman everybody can pay a visit sa ICT office the moment they need some technical support. Yung minsan nasa BU Pulangi yung nangangailangan ng request, nasa Gubat, nasa Tabaco. With this kind of online system, or even pag nasa bahay kayo, may kailangan kayong request. Halimbawa, nasa bahay kayo, may pinapagawa sa inyong activity yung eskwelahan, and then you happen to forget you forgot yung access nyo sa email, and it's really important na makapasok ulit kayo doon, so you can use the system to request for maybe password resetting. Pero yung nire-recommend namin parati dyan, pag nakuha nyo na yung access sa email, the moment you gain access over your email, yung BU provided email, maglagay kayo ng recovery mail. Yung personal na email nyo, ilagay nyo doon as part of the recovery mail, and then yung number nyo. So that the moment you forgot your password by yourself, pwede nyo siyang i-reset without even asking for some technical support from the university. Although, kung hindi talaga kaya or hindi nyo magawa, then the ICT office is always there to provide technical support using this service request system na ginawa namin. So, ano yung mga pwedeng i-request via this online service request system? Halimbawa, normally kasi after enrollment, automatically ginagawa na namin ng email yung mga estudyante. That's part of kumbaga, the target, the job of the mandate of the ICT office. Kaya lang, minsan may mga late enrollees na hindi na isabay doon. For some reason, kailangan magpagawa ng email. As long as you have the necessary support document para magawan kayo ng email, then you can lodge your request via this online service platform of the ICT office, BU email creation. Of course, you will be asked to submit some support documents to prove that you really is a bona fide student of the university. Like certificate of registration, possibly an ID, so that hindi naman kasi pwede lahat bigyan ng email. Only students of the university duly enrolled shall be provided with this communication identification. Just like I said kanina, BU email password resetting can be done also through this platform, or maybe halimbawa sa isang opisina, like in the case of the student council, nag-maintain sila ng opisina, and then meron silang computers na kailangan ng maintenance, maybe kailangan i-repair. So they can lodge their request using this platform. In the case of the employee, biometrics registration, kung hindi sila ma-recognize sa isang area ng university for the biometrics, they can lodge their request over this using this platform. And also in the case of course creation for the learning management system, kasi yung mga faculty members natin, kailangan namin ng intervention para hindi sabog yung presentation ng mga courses nila sa learning management system. So instead of allowing them to directly create their own course doon sa learning management system, we provide intervention para maayos lang namin. So instead of directly creating the courses nila, yung courses nila sa learning management system, they need to make a request using this platform so that yung staff ng ICT office, sila yung gagawa ng course nila dun sa learning management system, and then mailagay namin sa appropriate na category para hindi naman mahirap on the part of the students na mahanap yung subjects nila sa learning management system. That's only the intention why kailangan pa ng intervention on the part of the ICT office. Okay, so account concern, ano mga kailangan ang pwede nyo gawin dito? Email creation, email password reset, if it happens na hindi kayo makapasok sa student portal, pwede nyo gamitin yung system na yan to request for support, for assistance, or yung mga faculty members natin, biometrics concerns, ito yung mga pwedeng i-handle ng ICTO services. Of course, technical concern. And by the way, yung election ng student council, ginagawa yung voting via online. So ibig sabihin, you will be using your IBU account to cast your votes. So in some cases na hindi nakaka-access yung mga estudyante and they need assistance, so you can also use this service request system of the ICT office para ma-reset yung password, allow you to use the system, anything that you need from the ICT office can be done using this online platform, including these online voting system concerns. Of course, although yung EduRoam, nandun na yung access credentials nyo sa COR or dun sa ano nyo mismo sa student portal, mahanap nyo doon lahat ng information na kakailanganin nyo. Yet, kung kailangan nyo ng assistance on how to access, to use this facility, you can lodge your request dito sa ICT office. Or meron kaming mga nakapost na mga publication material, video na pwede nyo sundan para magamit nyo yung facility na to, yung EduRoam. Take note, yung EduRoam is not only your way of accessing internet inside Bicol University campuses. By the way, dito muna siya available sa main campus kasi naayos pa namin yung network backbone ng other campuses. Although, ngayong taon na din po yan. Ngayong taon na din po inaayos yung network backbone ng other campuses. Pero right now, yung natapos pa lang namin is the main campus. Dito pa lang available itong EduRoam. And of course, in other schools na merong EduRoam facility, pwede nyo magamit yan. Readily, you can access to the internet. Now, para na-inform namin kayo on the latest development of the university along information and communications technology, yung mga ginagawa naming mga innovations, yung mga services na pinuprovide namin, you can follow the official Facebook page of the ICT office. Doon kasi kami nagpo-post ng mga information, significant information, mga kakailanganin ng estudyante during their stay in Bicol University. So try to be connected. Follow the official Facebook page of the ICT office. And kung kailangan nyo ng direct na assistance, right away, kakailanganin you can contact us via email, naandyan yung email address namin, or smart mobile phone, nakapost na din po yan, pwede nyo tawagan yan. Pero of course, baka sana pa pwede during office hours lang. Kasi yung telepono na yan, iniiwan namin sa opisina. So from 8 to 5 lang siya available, iniiwan niya sa opisina. Kung wala nang stop, kung may nag-overtime, of course, pwede siyang masagot. Pero normally, available lang yung phone na yan from 8 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. In some cases, pag may nag-overtime during Saturdays, just like now, available naman yung phone na yan. So meron kaming smart mobile number, Globe mobile number. If you would like to contact us via WhatsApp, yung same smart number yung ginagamit namin, WhatsApp and then Viber. And if you have access to Polycom, nandyan po yung IP address na pwedeng gamitin. And yung mga useful links na nandito sa right side, ito yung mga publication materials namin related to ICTO services or EduRoam account. Normally, nasa Facebook account namin yan. Or just maybe, mahirap kasing i-type yan lahat. You just use pwede nyo itong ibibigay ko po yung copy ng ng presentation ko in the form of PDF so that meron kayong kopya nitong mga QR codes. In the case of pakailanganin nyo ng services along, I mean to say, para maging aware kayo on how to access these services that the ICT office is providing. Okay, email services, EduRoam access, connected siya dun sa mga publication material na pinopost namin sa Facebook page ng ICT office. Okay, maybe isi-share ko sa inyo yung PDF neto after my presentation. Okay, those are the things na ino-offer ng ICT office and you really need this kasi madaming, we are into technology, halos lahat ng activities natin is nangangailangan ng technology. So at the middle of something while during your stay in the university, you might require assistance from us, yun lang ang gamitin nyo. Okay, ito mga provide namin ng mga links. Nandito naman, you know kung nasan yung office namin, nasa building 1 ng College of Science, you can drop by, pero kung malayo, use the online platform or etong mga numbers namin na na-provide to us to seek for assistance. Okay? Thank you.
Si Raming. All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Ordones, for walking us through the services offered by the ICTO to our graduate students. Indeed, a much need learning for us, especially if we are having online classes and if we are having difficulty technicality wise. So we now move on to our next agenda for this afternoon. Of course, the library has always been the heart of every academic institution, a place where knowledge is preserved, discoveries are made, and learning is enriched. With today's digital age, library services have become even more dynamic, offering students and researchers greater access to information and resources. To share with us the library services that support our academic journey, let us welcome the University Librarian, Ms. Glenda Aurora S. Julienda. A round of applause, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Miss Kyla, can you hear me po?
Yes po, ma'am. Loud and clear po.
Okay, thank you very much. In behalf po of Ma'am Glenda, Miss Glenda Aurora Holianda, I am Mrs. Laila Belardo, one of the librarians assigned at the University Library. And I will be walking you through the library's resources, facilities, and services that could support you in your graduate studies and research throughout your academic journey. But first, of course, welcome to our first year students. And again, thank you to our Bugs Dean, Dr. Jane Mascareñas, your college secretary, Dr. Roldan Cabeles, and the College Student Council for again inviting the library to join you in this important activity. He's for giving us the opportunity to talk about the library. So allow me to just share my screen. Okay. So again, welcome. And then this would be the uh, content of our library orientation. So we'll talk about an overview of the library system, introduce you to our staff, our schedule, of course, the resources, services, and facilities, the important policies that you should know, the important links or forms, and of course, how you can reach us if you need assistance or you have concerns regarding our services. So the BU library system is composed of actually 10 units. The university library in the main campus, also have the College of Medicine in the Nursing and Dental Medicine Library, which is called the Health Sciences Library. It's located at the second floor of the College of Medicine. We also have the College of Law Library, which is temporarily located in the University Library, as well as the College of Education Integrated Laboratory School, Children's and High School Library, also located in the University Library. But we also have the East Campus Library for the College of Engineering, Busit, and IDEA Architecture, Institute of Architecture and Design. And for the satellite campuses, we have also a library in Tabaco, Ginubatan, Pulangi, and Gubat campus. So as bona fide students of Bicol University, you can use po all of these libraries that I mentioned. Now, the university library acts po as your college library. That's the college library of the graduate school, along with 8 other colleges in the main campus. Now, this is for those who haven't been to the university library yet. We are located just beside the food complex and behind the BU grandstand. So, the main entrance gates are gates 4 and 5. And it's a 3-story building. And later on, I'll show you some photos of the facilities inside our library building. So, as an academic support service unit of the university, we are under the office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs, and we currently have 16 librarians and support staff manning the different libraries. So here are the professional librarians of the University Library, including our Faculty IT Coordinator, Professor Rolly Montealegre. For the unit and college libraries, sila naman po ang inyong makikita. So, ang difference po ng ating mga unit and college libraries, mas specialized po yung collection nila. So, for instance po, yung MS in Fisheries, mostly po ng collection po ninyo, resources, you can find them po at Bio Tabaco Library. So yung sa agriculture naman po, it's sa Bioginobatan and for other graduate programs na naka-lodge po, may mga unit libraries, most of your collection po resources ay nandoon po sa unit library po ninyo. For the university library, we are open Monday to Saturday, Monday to Friday, 8 to 7 p.m., no noon break. On Saturdays, we are also open from 8 to 5 p.m. But we are closed during Sundays, public holidays, when classes are suspended, and of course during semestral, Christmas, or mid-year breaks. We always open on the first day of classes and closes on the last day of classes. Now, the common question, especially for returning students, is do we still issue a library card? So, hindi na po to enter the libraries. So, hindi na po kami nag-issue ng library card. We have been using for the past 2 semesters itong system for using the QR code. So, you just have to register first doon sa system, and then you will be given a unique QR code. So that's what you are going to use when you enter and you exit the university library and some of our unit libraries. But this system was enhanced, it was improved as one as siguro na-mention din ni Sir Aris kanina, yung improvement ng mga and integration of the different systems in the university. So this is still hindi pa namin nagagamit because we're just waiting for the QR scanners. But later on, we will be using the IBU Live Check Library Patron Monitoring System. So for the meantime, for our first year graduate students, you can still use our old patron monitoring system. So again, you just have to register. We have computer terminals at the first floor when you enter the university library, and you will be given immediately a QR code. You can download it and store it in your mobile, and then just swipe nyo lang po din siya when you enter and you exit the university library. So always keep in hand your certificate of registration. Sometimes we for validation. So pwede rin po yung electronic copy na nakastore sa inyong mga mobile phones. And of course, always have your BUID validated and signed by your college registrar. Now, if you graduate in the university, you still have access as an alumna or alumnus of the university. So we are giving free access to our alumni as long as po you have an alumni ID from the BU Alumni Relations Office. So you get an alumni ID and go to the university library para ma-issuehan po kayo ng library permit. So the validity of the library permit is the same as the validity of your alumni ID. Now, if you are not enrolled for the current semester, so pahinga muna kayo, but you want to use the library, gusto niyo na mag-advance na gumawa ng inyong thesis, you will be, for now po, our policy is that you will be classified as an outside researcher. And as such, you will need to pay a fee of 50 pesos per visit. And as proof po, we need to have a document like your old COR or your BUID so we can charge you po na as not enrolled na graduate student. Okay, so moving on to our discussion, we'll talk about first the library resources. So of course, there's print and there's non-print materials in the library. For the printed materials, we have, of course, the books. We have foreign, Filipiniana, general references. These are the dictionaries and other types of general references. Fiction materials like the novels, special collection as well. We have gender and development materials, Bicolnon materials, those na meron pong subjects on Bicol culture, language, literature. We have a separate Bicolnon corner or section. We also have reviewers for LET, CPA, and other board exams. And also we are a repository of the Peace Education Knowledge Network as well as the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, NSO, and the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. For the thesis and dissertation, so mostly ito po yung ginagamit ang pinupuntahan na section ng ating mga graduate students when they're doing their thesis and dissertation. This section is located at the second floor. It's open shelves po for browsing, but again, these unpublished materials cannot be taken home. But we are in progress. We are doing a digitization of the thesis and dissertation para hopefully po magkaroon sila ng multiple access. Okay, so we also have the print journals located also at the second floor, the periodical section. So we also have the printed copies of the BUR and the journal and some other foreign, local and national serials or periodicals. These are also for room use only. Now, for the electronic resources, currently we have two databases for our ebooks. There are upcoming databases for our electronic journals and the electronic newspaper and electronic magazine that previously meron tayong access. So hopefully we are just waiting na ma-access na natin itong dalawang databases na ito in addition to our electronic resources. So for the ebooks that we currently have, ito po ay perpetual ebooks. So we have access to this. You can download it for free. The first database is the Gale Academic One File ebook database. We have about 440 downloadable ebooks for now. And we are still procuring additional ebooks. So for this database, you just have to log in the institutional password. Okay, so later I'll tell you the link on how you can have the institutional password. The second database of ebooks that we have is TriTech Media database. Now for the TriTech Media, once you request for the password, we will register you and then TriTech Media will send you the link and your personal password through your BU email. Okay, so this is how you get the password for those two databases that I mentioned. Just go to tinyurl.com/database password request and you have to use your BU email so you can log into this Google form. Then we will send you the link and the password. Now, we also curate or we also recommend open access electronic resources. So these are three databases that we recommend. First one is Herdin. This data we also have existing MOUs with these institutions, and like for Herdin, this is under the PCHRD. And then of course, we're a member of the Bicol Consortium, the BCHRD. And as a member of BCHRD and PCHRD, we have a sub database on Herdin. So this is a repository, a national repository of health research in related information. So for medical and health related resources po ang nandito sa Herdin. So tayo po sa university, we put in here the Master in Nursing na mga abstracts as a member of this consortium. The other one is from DOST. So DOST Star Books. This is currently, it includes research articles as well for teaching materials. Madami pong ang collection nila. They are already available na din online, but in the university library, meron din kaming standalone database na given by DOST Star Books. But sa ngayon ano na sila, this is also the platform is also available even sa mobile app. And yung pangatlo po that we'd like you to also check out as an open access resource is the PhilChed Connect. Of course, this is a web application developed by CHED that contains higher education course materials in text, media, and other digital assets that are used for teaching, learning, and research purposes. And also, we are working on including the curated ebooks and e-journals for every program in our library website. So para po meron na kayong direct link to this open access e-resources for every subject and for every program. Now, in terms of yung finding the collection in the library po, how can you readily know if the books or thesis or dissertation that you need is available in the BU libraries? So, very easy to po ito to navigate. This is called our online public access catalog, the BU iLib. Just visit our website for para ma-direct po kayo doon sa link, or later through our online platforms, just message us and we will give you the links to this digital tools. So the iLib or online public access catalog is available online. So even at home, you can search po if the materials that you need or the book that you need is available in any of the libraries. So this is the web the homepage. You just have like po using Google, you just have to choose a field. But preferably, choose any field para mas marami rin yung searches natin unless po alam natin yung specific title or author of the book that we are looking for or the thesis or dissertation. So just type in a keyword and then click search and all the search hits lalabas na po siya as well as yung bibliographic information or yung location, yung title, and the necessary information that you need to know about the material. Now, how to get the link, like what I mentioned a while ago, just go to our website, sites.google.com/bicol-u.edu.ph/buls and click on this image para madirect po kayo doon sa OPAC. Now, this is where you can find us online. We have an official Facebook account na this is where we are active po in posting the events, announcements, updates about the library of the university library and other libraries. So it's Aklatang Universidad ng Bicol. You can chat din dyan po. This is available within office hours, of course, din po. This is pag may immediate concerns po kayo or request, just send us a message, or you can use also our email bu-library@bicol-u.edu.ph. Go to our website. Nandun din po lahat ng information, basic information that you might need. And also we have a YouTube channel for the instructional videos and library orientations ina-upload po din namin doon. So it's Bicol University Library System. Now, for the library facilities, of course, we have the reading and borrowing sections, and we have a new space, Sinaping area. We have an upcoming space also, the interfaith room. We have alfresco areas, discussion room, and I'll walk you through some of this through pictures that on the next slides. Okay, so these are the photos. So once you enter the university library, if you need to rest a bit, mag-intay ng iyong professor kung or for your next class, we have sofas at the first floor of the university library. And of course, the OPAC terminals are also located here, but there are other computer terminals in the second and third floors para pa sa OPAC. And we also still have an internet section. We have desktops, about 30 desktops in the internet section. And of course, our reading and quiet areas for reading. But if you need a space to have power naps, hindi po power hugs kasi one person lang per beanbag tayo. So if you need quick naps, you can use the napping area at the second floor of the university library. Also, kung if you need also to discuss po, and medyo maiingayan yung mga tao sa reading areas natin, you can use the alfresco reading areas located sa mga corridor sa second and third floors. We also have a discussion room sa first floor available for everyone. It's open Monday to Friday. If you're a group of 5 to 15 students, for meetings, pwede po yan. Thesis defense, madalas din pong ginagamit ito. So you can use it for 2 hours. Meron lang po tayong reservation. Pwede din po mag-walk-in as long as wala pong naka-reserve. Yeah, so the reservation, you can send us your reservation through our Facebook, or you can go to the library at the first floor po. Nandun po yung reservation area for the discussion room. We also have, of course, Wi-Fi, but we have an open Wi-Fi po, yung TP-Link. Of course, you can connect to Bicol University Wi-Fi, and as mentioned by Dr. Aris, yung EduRoam within the university, accessible po yan. Now, charging of laptops and other gadgets, we have designated areas within the library. Pakiusap lang po na yung extension wires hindi po namin inaalaw para po minsan po kasi mahina ang aming ang power sa within the building. And please do not leave your laptops or any personal belongings unattended. But we have CCTV cameras all throughout sa mga sections po namin within the building. Now, for our services, since the pandemic, we're now offering on-site and online services. Aside from the usual charging or borrowing of books, we also have online document delivery, issuance of referral letter, signing of clearance, and of course the borrower's card. So, ano po itong online document delivery? So, we started this during the pandemic through a Google form, which we call Ask RISA, or Ask Reference and Information Search Assistance. So, yung online document delivery, we can give you scanned pages of books, print journals, or even thesis and dissertation. But there are, of course, policies that govern the scanning and in respect sa copyright law. So we also issue referral letter if you need to use the libraries of other institutions. So you can request the referral letter for free. We also even issue it electronic referral letter. We send it through your email. Previously, this is for currently enrolled students lang, but now we are extending it for those na hindi enrolled but needs to go to mag-research sa ibang libraries. But please give us what we require, an endorsement from your thesis advisor. Okay, and then you can send us your request in person at the reference services desk or through Facebook or email. You can for purposes of your requesting sa registrar ng graduate school for your academic record, if you're going to a leave of absence, honorable dismissal, or your graduation, of course you are required to have a library clearance The only requirement is wala po kayong library accountability. Ibig sabihin walang unpaid fines or unreturned books.
Hyperpace na nasa master list.
Okay, so for our policies, these are the important policies regarding borrowing and returning of books. So for graduate students, you are allowed to borrow a maximum of 2 books at one time. And this is you can borrow it, you can use it for 1 week. Okay? And except for thesis and dissertation and print periodicals, which you can only use within the library. Okay. To be able to borrow books, you need to have a borrower's card. So you can apply for the borrower's card in the circulation section at the 3rd floor. Doon po sa circulation section, nandun din po yung lahat ng mga books na pwede nyo i-take home or i-borrow. Okay, so the schedule of borrowing for graduate students is anytime during library hours, but there is a schedule for returning. So you will not incur overdue fines of 5 pesos per hour per book. So the schedule of borrowing should be on or before 9 a.m. on your due date. So if you borrow it this Saturday, you need to return it on the following Saturday before 9 a.m. So, but you can also renew it for one time. You only need to you can do it in person or through FB Messenger or email before your due date. So you can have it for another week kung kailangan nyo pa yung librong na borrow ninyo. But if you lose a book, please immediately inform your librarian so you can settle it by replacement or payment. So you will not hindi po kayo matatag sa registrar's office at magkaroon ng hassle during enrollment. Okay, so these are the important links to probably you'll need to remember. So for that, if you need our service for Ask Risa, to request for the database password of our electronic resources, our client satisfaction survey form, if you need to send us your feedbacks. You can also recommend books or ebooks for purchase. You can go to that link, but these links are also available in our website. Okay. So I think I'm nearing my the last slides for my presentation. So just to you can give us your feedback for this orientation. You can go to this link, Library Orientation Evaluation, capital UNL, and as a way of saying thank you for giving us your honest feedback or your comments and suggestions about this orientation, I do an e-raffle for those who answered, responded, and I give out a GCash prize for sa mapipick for the e-raffle. And right now, I think I'm giving one to just before I say thank you and end my presentation. Hopefully may nakinig ng aking presentation. Hope you listened. So this question will the winner I will give out a GCash price worth 200 pesos. So can I see a thumbs up sign if for those who are willing to answer this question, this simple question. And Miss Kyla, can I ask po for your help to see kung sino ang unang mag-answer?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay po. So this is the question. How many books can a BUG student borrow at one time, and how long is the loaning period? Okay, and the answer is 2 books for 1 week. Sana may nanalo. Let's see. 2 books.
Okay, the first
Ayan.
one to answer po, ma'am, is Miss Aubrey Samantha from MA BioEd.
Okay. Miss Aubrey, Ma'am Aubrey, can you send me a message in Aklatang Universidad ng Bicol? So I can give me your GCash number po so I can send it right away. Thank you for joining.
Ma'am, ang complete answer po si Desiree.
Si oh, may ano. Akala ko si Ma'am Jazz. Desiree, Ayan, Desiree. Ay,
Taga-check lang po.
thank you, Ma'am Chas. Ay, sorry, Ma'am Aubrey. Si Ma'am Desiree Jane Guban po pala. Tama po. 2 for 1 week. Okay, so Ma'am Desiree, kindly send me a message po and your GCash number so I can send you po your prize. Okay, thank you very much. So, ito po ulit yung aming mga um, social media or online links po if you have questions and your comments. And I will be also available to answer your questions later in the open forum. So thank you very much po for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am, Laila, for discussing to us the library services that we offer for the graduate students. All right, so this time we proceed to the last but absolutely not the least agenda for this afternoon. Of course, the voice of the students is best represented through an active and dedicated student council, the student leaders who strive to promote unity, service, and academic excellence within the graduate school community. At this point, let us get to know more about the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council and its program through the presentation of the BUGS Student Council President, Mr. June Fabricante. Sir?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be Maka-share screen. Hello, maka-share screen. Wait lang po. Okay. Okay na. To the Bicol University Administration, headed by Dr. Baby Boy Benjamin Nabras III, the faculty of the Bicol University Graduate School, headed by Dr. Maria Jane B. Mascareñas, to the deans and directors, colleagues and friends, good afternoon. Today, I will be presenting to you the whereabouts of Bicol University Graduate School Student Council. To start with, what is Bicol University's Graduate School Student Council? So the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council, or the BUGSSC, is the recognized student governing body of the Bicol University Graduate School that represents and upholds the rights and welfare of the graduate students. The Bicol University Graduate School Student Council is committed to providing quality programs, services, and activities that promote student welfare, leadership, and community engagement. For the general provisions under Article 1 of the BUGSSC Constitution and Bylaws, Section 1, the organization shall be known as the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council, hereinafter referred to as the BUGSSC. The location, the office of the BUGSSC is located at Bicol University Main Campus, Rizal Street, Legazpi City. The BUGSSC shall be the highest student government of the graduate school students, which is comprised of the General Assembly, Executive Council, Standing Committees, and this designated advisor. For the Article 2, the Declaration of Principles and Objectives, the BUGSSC shall be autonomous in undertaking program of actions to the development of the Bicol University Graduate School through student action. Section 2, the BUGSSC shall pursue the following objectives: to serve as an active forum for students' ideas and sentiments, to uphold the ideals of Bicol University Graduate School geared towards ensuring a well-rounded intellectual, moral, spiritual, and physical development of the students, and accountability among the students for the welfare of the society. D, to pursue a dynamic program of student involvement in campus activities so as to enhance the skills and talents in achieving the goals of the Bicol University Graduate School. E, to strengthen the ties among the studentry, faculty, administration, and other sectors of the academic community through peaceful and intellectual means. F, to strengthen and protect the students' rights and welfare through democratic means. And lastly, to promote civic consciousness among students. GSSE shall organize and coordinate activities designed to improve the general welfare of the students, initiate policies, programs, and activities geared toward professional and national development. C, represent the students in different organizations, committees, and university concerning students' rights and welfare. D, programs. Conduct as it may deem necessary, convene and facilitate the annual General Assembly, and coordinate with the Office of the Student Services on student matters, affairs, and activities. For the membership under Article 3 of the BU-GSSC Constitution and Bylaws, all bona fide students of the BU Graduate School shall automatically become members. For this purpose, bona fide students shall mean all those who are officially enrolled at any graduate program for the current semester and correspondingly pay the required BU-GSSC fee for the current term. Membership to BU-GSSC shall only be applicable for residential students. Next, for the funds under Article 8 of the Constitution and Bylaws, the funds of the organization shall come from the BU-GSSC fee collected every semester, excluding mid-year. The amount shall be 100 pesos for both masters and doctoral. Separate fees will be collected amounting to 44 pesos annually for the payment of the following: 20 pesos for the insurance fee, 2 pesos for the ID validation fee, and 22 pesos for the University Student Council fee or the USC fee. So for the insurance package by the Bicol University Student Council, here is the insurance benefits. So for the accidental death benefits, the students can have 40,000, permanent disablement 40,000, unprovoked murder and assault 40,000, medical expense benefit 4,000, for the medical allowance 5,000, burial benefits 10,000, for public conveyance or accident 10,000, and this is only for 20 pesos annual premium per student. Next, for the BU-GSSC officers, we have our BU-GSSC business managers. We have Sir Jerome M. Boboyo from Master of Arts in Mathematics Education, and Sir Arius Ken S. Pupa from Master of Arts in Physics Education. Next, we have our Public Information Officer, Ma'am Hannah May Capitin from Master of Arts in Mathematics Education. For the BU-GSSC Auditor, we have Ma'am Sheila May C. Cas from Master of Arts in Mathematics Education. For the Deputy Finance Officer, we have Ma'am Kayla Marie R. Sevilla from Master of Arts in English Education. Also, our Finance Officer for the above Student Council, we have Sir John Adrian Casin from Master of Arts in Mathematics Education. Our Deputy Secretary General, we have Sir Nico from our Secretary General is Sir Teresa Angulo. General Vice President is Sir Adrian Godopol from Master in Public Administration. And yours truly, the President of the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council, June N. Fabricante from Master in Rural Development. And lastly, our BU-GSSC Advisor and the College Student Activities and Services Coordinator, none other than Ma'am Eda Salvacion P. Adornado. For the BU-GSSC Accomplishment Report for academic year 2024-2025, here are the activities. First, we have the BU Graduate School Special General Assembly last May 3, 2025. The venue, BU College of Science Function Hall. Here are the pictures. Also, we have the election of officers. Date also May 3, 2025. It was attended by the different programs of the Bicol University Graduate Schools. Next, we have the Sports Fest and Students Day, also last May 3, 2025. Next is we have the Assistance to the Baccalaureate Mass and Recognition Day last June 20, 2025. It was assisted by the previous president, Sir Arim Valencia, Sir Maki Altabano, Ma'am Kyla R. Sevilla, Ma'am Sara Bilan, and the advisor of the BUGSSE, Ma'am Eda Salvacion Adornado. Next, we have the participation during the 56th BU Charter Day, dated June 21, 2025. And we have the turnover of tangible projects dated June 24, 2025. So we have donated 6 trash bins, 6 soap dispensers, 3 gallons of alcohol, pots, and water dispensers to be used by the Bugs community. Next is the turnover of accomplishment report and financial report of the previous officers to the newly elected officers last July 17, 2025 at the ABR of the Jesse M. Robredo Institute of Governance and Development. Next, we have the Bugs enrollment. So we assisted the Bugs staff and faculty for the enrollment dated July 21 to August 11, 2025. Okay. Next, we have the financial status of the council. So as of August 30, 2025, we have a total of 335,894.15. The total amount turned over for academic year 2024-2025 was 203,575.99 cents. For the cash in bank as of August 8, 2025, we have 333,960.15. And the cash on hand as of August 30, 2025 is 1,934 for a total amount of 335,894.15. So this will be used to carry the programs and projects of the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council. Next, we have the BUGSSC calendar of activities for academic year 2025 to 2026. First, the consultation dialogue with program advisors and program presidents. September 20, 2025, that is the target date. The objectives to strengthen communication and collaboration between students and academic leaders in addressing academic and program-related concerns. Next, we have seminar on comprehensive exam. Gear up for Compre, a seminar for comprehensive exam. Target date will be October 4, 2025. The objectives to equip students with strategies, tips, and resources that will help them prepare for the comprehensive GSSC General Assembly dated November 15, 2025. To present council updates, plans, and programs while fostering active participation among members. Next is we have the thesis writing made easy, a research colloquium. Target date po nito is November 29, 2025. The objective, to guide graduate students in enhancing the research and thesis writing skills through expert inputs and discussions. Next is we have the research support project or program. The target date will be November 2025. This aims to provide accessible and printing support for graduate students through the acquisition of a printer. Also, assist on the enrollment period for the second semester. This will be on January 2026 to provide support and guidance to graduate students during enrollment for a more efficient and organized process. Next, we have another program, the Micro Scholarship Program, subject to the approval of the Office of the Students' Activities and Services Office. Target date of implementation will be January 2026 to provide financial assistance to deserving graduate students in support of their academic pursuits. Next activity, we have the Gender Mainstreaming and HIV Awareness Seminar in partnership with the Bugs Gender and Development. Target date of implementation, January 24, 2026, to promote gender sensitivity and awareness on HIV-related issues in support of inclusive and healthy academic communities. Next activity, we have the Research Forum. Target date is February 21, 2026, to provide a platform for graduate students to present, share, and exchange research findings and ideas. Next is we have the most awaited part, this April 25, 2026, to promote camaraderie, sportsmanship, and wellness among graduate students through recreational activities. And also on April 25, 2026, we will be having our Bugs General Assembly and election of new sets of officers, also to update members on organizational matters and elect new leaders to continue the vision and mission of BU Graduate School. Next is we have the Leadership Management Seminar to newly elected officers. This will be on May 2026 to equip new officers with leadership and management skills essential for effective student governance. And the last two activities, we have the recognition to outstanding Bugs graduate students. The target date will be June 2026. The objective, to honor and acknowledge students who demonstrated exemplary academic and leadership performance. And lastly, the year-end assessment. Target date will be July 2026 to evaluate the accomplishments, challenges, and lessons learned from the year's activities and programs. For the merchandise available at the BUGSSC, we have the lanyard or the lace. This is 200 pesos per piece. So purchase of 5 pieces above will be 175 per piece. So for the Sports Fest shirt, we only have 10 pieces left. This is 400 pesos each. For updates, please like and follow the official Facebook page of the Bugs Student Council. Yan po, naka-reflect sa ating presentation. And also, the official Facebook page of the BU Graduate School. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. Thank you very much for discussing to us, Sir June Fabricante, the programs of the Bicol University Graduate School Student Council. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come once again to a very important part of our program, and it's none other than the open forum. So for this afternoon, we were able to witness the different programs of the different offices which were presented to us this afternoon. So maybe if you have already your concerns or clarifications for the respective offices, you may already unmute your microphone, raise your hand, and then you wait for the moderator to acknowledge you, or you may just drop it here in the chat box in our Zoom conference. To those who are also with us via Facebook Live, we will also be acknowledging your questions through the comment section. Okay. Okay, so let me go back to our chat box in the Zoom conference because earlier I noticed someone who notified us with a question. This question is coming from Miss Giselle Miralles. I think this one is addressed to the ICTO services, Dr. Aris, if you're still here po. Sir, kung may completed INC po, pwede na po ba ma-view yung grades via portal?
Hello, Kyla. May I answer in behalf of Sir Aris, just in
I guess
case?
po, Prof. Jaslyn, yes po.
Apo, okay. If the registrar, the professor kasi, when the completion form is submitted to the registrar, they can change the grade already with the help of ICT. Oh no. So if the registrar has done that already, then the student can view that in his or her portal. So kung hindi pa man na-change, INC pa rin ang lalabas doon. So there must be a time that the professor or the registrar must already edit or the grade in the system para mabago yung INC grade.
All right po. Thank you very much, Prof. Jaslyn Imperial, for addressing the concern. So I hope that the student who was able to message us earlier was able to hear your response po. And not only the student who raised the concern, but also to us, graduate school students. I hope that it's already clear to us. Okay? So maybe we still have other students who would like to raise their concern. Since we are all here in the Zoom conference, I think this is the right channel for us to talk about matters concerning our graduate studies. Yes po.
Hindi po kayo kumain. Come. Dito tayo ng pagkain niya.
Okay, so we will also be checking the comment section via Facebook Live because I think there are already concerns raised there. Okay, so we have here from Sir Marl Francis Rayola. Hello po, good afternoon. I am Mr. Marl Francis Rayola, a MAED SOCSTUD student. Currently, I'm taking my research methods and research statistics subject. I am a student since 2017. Now, I am planning to transfer for a non-thesis program. Is it possible to transfer this upcoming year? Since next semester, I will be going to take my comprehensive examination and thesis writing. Okay, so maybe
Kyla, hello?
yes po, Doc Dan.
Yeah. May I answer that question? Yeah, thank you. Our non-thesis program right now are actually not available because all students actually have shifted already to a program which has a thesis. So that will not be possible because the program is still open. However, we could not meet the requirement of our university that before a subject could be open, it has to reach 5 students per policy. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Doc Dan, for clarifying the concern that was raised to us. And then another question po, still addressed to you po, Doc Dan, regarding the academic policy. One student asked as to the guidelines on how to be an outstanding graduate po.
Thank you so much. Though our policy for in evaluating our outstanding graduates per year changes from time to time because it is actually based on the discussion and deliberation of the student evaluation committee. Let me just walk you through on our existing criteria which we deliberated last year. Some of the indicators or some of the criteria may be applicable, but we don't know next year. Maybe there would be another layer that will be added as a criterion to as basis in evaluating the performance of our outstanding graduates. I think there are more or less 4 or 5 criteria. First, you should have, for masters, you should have finished the coursework, including thesis writing, in in 3 consecutive semesters, and for doctoral program, 4 consecutive semesters without filing LOA. And for GWA, for masters, there has to be 1.3, and for doctoral program, you should have at least 1.2 GWA for you to be able to qualify. Another layer is that your rating during your final oral examination, you should attain a rating of pass, not provisional pass. If you have been given provisional pass, you will already be disqualified. What else? I guess, yeah, I think those are the criteria which I could remember, but still, it is still up to the committee, to the evaluation committee. So it really changes from time to time, but more or less, those are some criteria which you could perhaps take note of if you wish to vie for an outstanding graduate. But for the most outstanding graduate, we just usually rank it, and whoever comes the first would be declared as the most outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Dan. And another message here in the Zoom conference, it's not actually a question, but rather it is a concern from a student. So according to the message, ma'am, until now po kasi wala pa akong BU email. Nag-email na po ako sa BU ICTO last August 14 and wala pa pong response. Di po ako maka-access sa BU LMS. So nag-PM po ako, naka-white po kasi text sa chat. So, yes, this is not a question, but rather a concern. So maybe Doc Aris is still here to enlighten us again about the process if a student doesn't have the BU email yet. So apart from the student reaching out to the ICTO office, what else, or ICTO rather, what else can they do to have their BU email po?
Miss Ma'am Kyla?
Yes
Ma'am
po.
Jess ulit.
Yes po.
No, no, no.
Sige po, ma'am.
Did the student email ICTO, or did the student access the portal where you can request for it? Kasi meron na sila 'di bang portal wherein you can parang click on that portal and then you can place your concerns there. They will automatically answer the concern. Anyway, if the student used the BU ICTO email and wrote their concern there at hindi pa nasagot, maybe yun nga mag-try ulit siya doon sa portal na para dun sa concern niya sa BU email. Pero kung freshman po ba, sorry, first year student po ba ito, Ma'am Kyla?
It was not stipulated here po, ma'am. But sir, if you are here pa din po, maybe you can answer the question po. If you are a
Sa
first year.
portal.
Yes po. Yes po, ma'am. First year student po.
Ayun, at the moment kasi, yung mga first year, hindi pa lahat sila nabibigyan. So, medyo marami kasi tayo. We have like the 6,000 students, I think, including the undergrad. So, for the grad school, follow up ka na lang po, or you try the portal again for the request for student BU email. Kasi marami din, actually, I have several students na first year, meron kami na mga wala pa din silang BU email. Siguro by ano nila, process pa nila. So, ano na lang, siguro by next week meron ng mga email. Yung first year.
All right. So thank you po, Ma'am Jazz. So, sir, I hope that you were able to get it. Okay. Thank you daw po, ma'am, for enlightening him about his concern earlier. Okay. Next
You're
question po. Okay. This came from an anonymous participant. Let me just read the message. My question is specifically addressed either to Boggs, Dean, or Secretary to the or the OSAS Dean, Ma'am Jazz. Again, I understand that Boggs students are preoccupied with the responsibilities of adult life. However, I would like to inquire if it would be possible for them to be included and actively engaged in university-wide activities such as the MMBU and other student-centered events. Their participation could not only foster stronger connections with the rest of the student body. So maybe Ma'am Jazz can also answer this po, Ma'am.
Ma'am Kyla, sorry, pwede po paulit. May bigla kasing student na dumating.
Yes po, Ma'am. Sige,
Kinausap
sige
ako.
po.
Opo.
Apo.
Ano po yung concern?
This has something to do with the graduate students participating in university-wide activities po. So the anonymous participant is asking if it would be possible for us to be included pa din and actively engaged in university-wide activities like the MMBU and other student-centered events po. Would it be possible daw po?
Medyo open yung vague yung question, no? Kasi yung to participate to compete with the undergrad, medyo hindi po yata. But to participate na magjo-join sa activity, like to in other parts, like be a facilitator or help in they just watch or to enjoy the activity. All BU students naman po are invited to attend all the activities of the University Student Council or any other council in the university. All graduate schools, the graduate school student or open university student can openly attend it po. All announcements of activities, they can check all the schedules actually po sa student portal. Alam ko meron na pong part doon, parang may Google Calendar wherein some of the student activities are already placed in that portal. Also, in our website, whether the USC, the OSAS Student Affairs Facebook pages, and even the BU website, some activities are being posted there kung kailan po mangyayari. The graduate school and welcome to attend, but as to compete, doon naman sa compete po kasi we have guidelines that we follow also for competitions. So, medyo pasok to cover. So let's say for MMB, for example, there is one of the guidelines there should be undergrad students and all of that. So medyo hindi na natin maipapasa doon. I'll give you an instance wherein, like for MMBU, there was a time wherein the law school and the postgrad law school and School of Medicine, they also participate and in-accommodate naman siya ng student council. Na-accept naman na sila yung nanalo, but for EIs, hindi po sila ang lumalaban. Say for runner-up na undergraduate po. So parang ganun lang, may mga certain guidelines lang that we need to follow. But of course, definitely po, Ma'am Kyla, they can join the activities of the university.
All right po. Thank you so much, Prof. Jazz, for clarifying that. And of course, just like what was presented then, let me just insert for the graduate school, we have prepared programs then for the graduate students. So of course, the calendar of activities that was presented to us by the president, the student council president of Boggs. Of course, we are also looking forward for the participation of all the students, especially more on the Boggs Day, right? We also have sports festival. So yeah, we really encourage everyone. Yes po, Prof. Jazz.
Yes, and also, may I remind the students na for every activity that you need to attend, you have, and there is, let's say you have a class on that day or during that time, hindi po kayo excuse sa klase ha. So, unless there is a memorandum coming from the president or the dean herself na magde-declare that you are mandated or directed to attend. Otherwise, it's the prerogative po, it's the choice of the teacher if they will allow you to attend such activities. Otherwise po, absent kayo. So need po na may formal excuse letter po tayo if we're gonna join the activities of the university. Hatik, yun po ang kailangang importante. Kasi maa-absent po kayo sa klase niyo. Thank you, Kyla.
Yes po, ma'am. Thank you so much po for clarifying that point po. Thank you. Okay, so any more concerns or clarifications po from the student body? I'm currently looking at the chat box here in the Zoom conference, and as of the moment, there is no new message yet. So maybe in the Facebook Live, we'll also be checking the comment section there. All right. Yes po, Dr. Ahora, you are acknowledged po, ma'am.
Yes, I would just like to reiterate. I mentioned a while ago about the individual inventory plus psychological inventories that we would send to the students. I would just like to request that when we send those inventories, kindly answer them. So it's quite difficult for us to retrieve the data because some of the students are not able to return it on time. So I would gladly appreciate if those inventories would be returned, would be answered on time. Thank you.
Yes po. Thank you so much po, Dr. University Graduate School. And the Bicol University at large is distributing forms for us to fill up. Of course, we are encouraged to really participate on that by answering that. Like, for example, this time we'll be sending evaluation links to your respective emails. So we also hope that it will be given back to us with your genuine response, of course. Okay, so any more po? This one again from Ma'am Miralles. Sir, kung may completed okay. I think this one was already addressed by Prof. Jaslyn Imperial already. It's all about the INC. Okay, any more concern po? All right, since we have no more new comments via Facebook Live and no more other messages here in our Zoom conference, maybe we can now proceed to the concluding part of our program. As we come to the close of today's meaningful gathering, it is only fitting to hear words that will wrap up our event with gratitude, encouragement, and inspiration. To officially deliver the closing remarks, let us warmly welcome once again the ever-passionate and hardworking BOG Student Council President, Mr. June Fabricante, to deliver the message of Professor Eda Salvacion P. Adornado, BUGS Student Council Advisor. Sir June.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, since Ma'am Eda is not around, on behalf of Ma'am Eda, the BUGSAC advisor, I will read her message for the closing remarks. Good afternoon, everyone. As we come to the close of today's Bicol University Graduate School orientation, let me first express our heartfelt gratitude to all invited BOGS officials as our speakers, the GSSC as facilitators, the professors and students participants who have made this day truly meaningful. Your presence and active participation reflect not only responsibilities that come with being part of Bicol University Graduate School community. Throughout the orientation, we have been guided through important topics, policies and guidelines, student services, ICT concerns, and library support, each designed to equip us with the tools needed to navigate graduate life successfully. We were also reminded of the values of discipline, professionalism, and integrity, which lie at the core of Bicol University's mission as a transformative university. As you continue your journey, I encourage each of you to take to heart what you have learned today. Remember that graduate education is not only about earning a degree, but also about becoming leaders, innovators, and catalysts for change in your respective fields and communities. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and excellence as we begin this academic year. May this orientation serve as the foundation for building connections, fostering resilience, and nurturing a culture of scholarship that is socially responsive and globally competitive. On behalf of Bicol University Graduate School, I thank you all once again. Let us face this new chapter with confidence, dedication, and the assurance that together we can make a lasting impact. Good luck on your journey and welcome once again to the BU Graduate School community.
All right, so thank you so much, Sir June, for delivering the message of our ever-passionate advisor, Professor Eda Salvacion P. Adornado. And of course, to end our program on a note of pride and unity, let us honor our beloved university through a song that embodies its vision, mission, and values. May we all rest on our respective seats as we give due respect in listening to and reflect on the Bicol University hymn to be presented through an audiovisual presentation. So once again, thank you very much for attending today's orientation, whole day orientation. So once again, this is Miss Kyla Marie R. Sevilla. I'll see you around and have a great day.
This is the school where we stood. This is the school where we stood. Was more and living. It's not what the time. So the time is your way. I never learned to see. You always read. It's you.
Evaluation will be sent.
All right, so the evaluation link for today's whole day orientation was already sent to your respective GCs, I think, and then respective emails. So please do not forget to evaluate the orientation for today. And of course, since we are already done, you may now already leave the Zoom conference. So happy long weekend, everyone. And thank you once again for joining us for today. Thank you.